system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free.
Which was the independent act instruction.
Correct, Judge. We're not going to re-argue it. We would just preserve our prior objections.
Okay, I'm just going to place a few things on the record.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, so I did some research on that topic last night, and with respect to the 3.6H, which was the excessive force instruction, the court included that instruction based upon the case law, specifically that if any evidence is introduced at trial which supports the theory of the defense, a defendant is entitled to have the jury instruction on the law applicable to his theory of defense when he so requests. And as we discussed yesterday, the evidence before the court is circumstantial, but the law indicates any evidence. So that's why 3.6H has been included. With respect to 3.6L, that is the independent act doctrine, and I certainly understand the defense's argument or their theory of defense, but I'll cite to Gary v. State, which is 330 Southern 3rd 118. That is a second DCA case out of 2021, and it says regarding this specific instruction and doctrine, this discretion says when talking about the abuse of discretion standard, when reviewing the giving or not giving of a jury instruction, it says this discretion is limited in criminal cases because the defendant is entitled to have the jury instructed on his or her theory of defense if there is any evidence to support this theory, and so long as the theory is recognized as valid under the law of the state. The independent act doctrine is recognized under Florida law, and it applies when one co-felon who previously participated in a common plan does not participate in acts committed by his co-felon which fall outside of and are foreign to the common design of the original collaboration. Under these limited circumstances, a defendant whose co-felon exceeds the scope of the original plan is exonerated from any punishment imposed as a result of the independent act. Stated otherwise, the doctrine applies when, after participating in a common plan or design to commit a crime, one of the co-defendants embarks on acts not contemplated by the other defendants or participates in the crime and commits additional criminal acts beyond the scope of the original collaboration. Cases that support that. There's Mills v. State, 875 Southern 2nd, 823. That's a second DCA case, 2004. And in that case, they say, however, the doctrine, the independent act doctrine, does not apply if the murder is committed in furtherance of the initial criminal scheme. If any evidence supports the defendant's theory that the act resulting in the charged crime was independent of and not committed in furtherance of the joint felony, the instruction is mandated. There's also Ray v. State, which is 755 Southern 2nd, 605. That is a Florida Supreme Court case, 2000. And in that case, they say the independent act doctrine arises when one co-felon who previously participated in a common plan does not participate in acts committed by his co-felon, which fall outside of and are foreign to the common design of the original collaboration. And so I looked at all the cases, I looked at the evidence that was presented in this particular case, and based on the facts of this case and trying to insert it into the independent act doctrine, the facts seem to be that the argument then would be that both Deputy Crawford and Deputy Kofinas were doing a lawful act, and then that Deputy Kofinas does something outside of the lawful act that is independent of something that they agreed on, that was not part of the plan. But there's no evidence of any plan here. There's no evidence presented as an intent to commit a crime or a plan in this particular set of facts to take down the suspect or the victim, and that Kofinas went outside of that plan. In all the case law that I read, there's some sort of plan of a crime where the defendant has admitted to his participation in the initial crime, and then the co-defendant or other person goes outside of what was planned. So for those reasons, the instruction will not be given.
I understand that.
Okay. And then the next issue would be the limiting instruction regarding the star video. Did you receive the proposed instruction that Ms. Walker sent?
If I can check right now. I had drafted one this morning, I can send it out to the work.
Okay, I didn't see it.
My outlet's loading. Reading first over to us, ours are somewhat similar. The only, I guess, thing I had materially different in mind was instead of saying it was just to determine the temperature of the bike, based on the evidence we heard, I had stated in mind, introduced their limited purpose of showing the manner in which Gian Break Vallejo's motorcycle was operated, and how that, and then I think we would put in, and how that affected the temperature of the bike. I think based on the testimony, we could just get that one line in there, and with the rest of what the state wrote, I think is pretty well written.
Any objections to that, Ms. Walker?
No objection.
Okay, so do you want to add that language in then and send it over to Ms. Walker?
Yes, I'll do that right now.
So I think though it should be the second draft that she wrote, the one where it says in the second paragraph, an item was received into evidence as defense's exhibit, so they're aware of exactly what exhibit that is.
Much better.
Okay, and then add your language in there.
And we would be asking for the court to approve that prior to the admission of that exhibit as well. So that is actually the reason why I drafted it in two different ways. So the first version would be to be read before that witness presumably takes the stand, if that is still the defense's plan to admit it through that witness. And then we would be asking for an order to include it in the final instructions as well.
Okay. Any objections to that, Mr. Carter?
I'm not sure if that's it.
Okay.
Oh, there is, so there's one other issue, and I forgot to argue this yesterday. I do think it's a quick fix. So the one other reason why I think the jury should be able to consider star video, just the one other limited issue, is that the state has elicited testimony, I believe, stating that, did it appear that the suspect was aware of any police presence in the area? And at one point he does look up and look directly at the helicopter. I think that is another highly relevant issue in this case, based on my client's conduct, and that's why the state keeps bringing it up, is when he's sitting on his bike, he's not aware there's any police in the area, but he actually knew the helicopter was falling. I think that'd be very relevant. I think it'd be another limited appropriate reason why the jury could consider this evidence.
I don't know who's already stated, Mr. Williams or Ms. Walker.
I don't understand what I'm being asked there. Do you want to add the instruction? Is that what?
Correct. To the limiting instruction, yes. It'll, in addition to being able to consider the star video for the purpose of how the bike was driven and the temperature of the bike and potentially starting the bike, we also want the jury to consider the fact that the defendant was aware of the police presence.
So the testimony defense counsel was discussing came from when the victim was sitting on the bike, right? And that's the relevant time frame for when the defendant knocked him off the bike and started the fire. So whether he was aware of the police presence while driving, we have once again, this is yet another backdoor in the morning of attempt to introduce evidence of wrongdoing by the victim, including the vulgar gesture towards law enforcement while he was on the bike. Your Honor's ruling last night made sense in limiting it for that purpose, and we reject any further language that the jury should be able to consider for. There is no material reason why the victim's awareness of law enforcement is a material factor.
Yes, Judge. The state put this evidence in front of the jury, not me. It didn't come out on cross. It came out direct. What they're saying is we should be able to elicit certain facts for witnesses to use against the client, and that we should not be able to counter those facts. They elicited testimony from their state witness that he was completely unaware of any state presence, and they're going to argue that that contributed to my client's actions being unreasonably illegal. Well, if we can clearly show that that's not the case, that he was aware that the police helicopter was following him, that would directly refute one of the state's arguments and the evidence that they're putting in front of the jury, Judge. They opened the door to it.
Sorry, I'm going to allow Brent for motion.
And then,
So you'll need to add that, Mr. Fuller.
yes, I'll work on that. As far as the language in which I just added, should we review that real quick, Judge, just while we're on that last topic? Right. So looking at the second bottom one, starting with the larger paragraph, and I was seeing that evidence as defense exhibit blank.
So the language is going to need to be in both, because both instructions are going to be read. The first one's going to be read prior to them viewing the evidence in court, and then I'm going to instruct them again during the final instruction.
Right, okay.
So you'll need to put it in both.
Correct. I was just going to maybe review, yes, I understand, Judge, I think. The item of evidence may be considered by you only for the limited purpose of assisting you in determining the manner in which Jean Barreto operated his motorcycle and how that affected the temperature of the
In there, we do still object to this evidence coming in, as Mr. Williams just stated, for the record, because it is unduly prejudicial. And as Your Honor has ruled, as to the material facts, if that is the discussion, whether it caused the fire is the purpose of the ignition. And there's been no evidence or any expert testimony provided by the defense as to that. So we believe that caused is the only appropriate language.
Judge, the defense, one, doesn't have to put on any evidence as burden shifting. Two, we don't have to prove anything. We raise reasonable doubt. They prove cases, we raise reasonable doubts. Our entire job relies on us raising possibilities, Judge, not proving conclusively beyond reasonable doubt what happened. That's what they do. For us, I think could is the appropriate word here. Not that we have to prove it did cause the fire. That's not what our job is, Judge. Reasonable doubt is possibilities that are reasonable that the jury can consider.
I agree, that's their theory. The theory is that there's multiple ways. There's 4 potential hypotheses on how the fire could have been started, and the manner in which the dirt bike was driven, and the engine of the dirt bike was one of those. So I think the appropriate word is preliminary.
Yes, Your Honor.
So I don't anticipate we're going to be doing lunch or instructing the jury before lunch.
I would think that'd be this afternoon, Judge.
Okay, so I'm going to let you work on finishing that drafting and the lunch.
I think I pretty much have it done anyways, Judge. But do you want, we can move on if you like, but I think it's done. That's fine.
So the next issue I have then, we had left outstanding was the state's motion to be regarding the injuries of the defendant, which I think would be moot at this point, Mr. Barber, as Mr. Crawford's not testifying.
Kev, one moment, Judge. I just want to save this document before I lose it, and then I would like to address that. Thank you, Judge. Sorry. Based on all the conversations we had in court yesterday, Judge, and all the comments that were put forward, I think my client's changed his mind and want to testify this morning.
I'll deal with that motion in one minute.
Exactly, yes.
Okay. Then the last issue I have is the issue regarding closing arguments and appropriate argument with respect to that. So the state provided 2 cases yesterday.
May I make a suggestion? Sit and take a time.
Sure.
I think that could very well change.
Okay.
And you can table it until that point. Given what I'm hearing and where I think we're headed, I think we should just go.
Okay. Then I'll take your advice and we'll table it and deal with it. Yes, we'll need to.
I won't forget, I promise.
I don't think you will. Okay, so then I think we've covered all of the outstanding issues that came up yesterday afternoon. Is the state ready to proceed?
We are. I would just make sure I still understand that the court's order that there will be no testimony about firearms is still in place, absent the defendant or the defense laying predicate. I say that because I know there are officers outside, and I would anticipate them being called for that purpose.
Thank you for that. I wrote it down. Ms. Walker had also sent over a curative instruction. I think that might need to be tabled as well at this time based upon what's developed this morning. We don't know what the evidence is going to be. Okay, so we'll table that one as well. Is the fact ready to proceed?
Can I just have 1 second, my client, Judge?
Yes.
Judge, I just discussed with my client. I do believe he wants to testify. Do you want to have a discussion with him about that?
You. Yes. All right. Mr. Crawford, hello again. So we talked yesterday and you had indicated, well, first of all, let me swear you in. Could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you were about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we spoke yesterday, and at that time you had decided that you were not going to testify, and we had a conversation about that and about your constitutional right with respect to that. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it's my understanding you've changed your mind.
Correct.
At this time, you do wish to testify.
Yes, ma'am.
You, again, understand that that decision, that right belongs to you and to you alone.
Yes, I do.
That no one can make that decision for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you had enough time to speak with Mr. Barber about your decision?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with his counsel?
Absolutely.
Okay. Are you making this decision freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone told you how to answer my questions this morning?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I think I've covered everything. Then we will go ahead and proceed. If we could bring the jury in.
They would ask that the defendant be seated in the box before the jurors come in and highlight.
No problem with that, Judge. That's fine.
Is he going first?
He would go first because that's the only way we can get into the testimony about aggravated assault from the other witnesses.
Okay. That's fine. We'll bring him up.
And the other thing, does this chair, we have to figure out some way to prop up his foot as well, Judge? I anticipate you may be up here for a while.
He turns it toward me. There.
Yeah.
Is there room under
Let
that?
me see. Let me grab that box. Okay, so we can do it. think there's room up here for his leg to go this way. We're kind of boxed in here.
Oh, because the chair doesn't move.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll try anything.
Okay. I don't know if, for the short period, I don't know how long you're going to be up there. If you have to take breaks so that you can move your leg, I don't know if you're going to be able to then prop your leg. Do you know what I mean? Oh.
Does that work? Okay.
I just wasn't that far, but I'll give it a shot.
If you get really uncomfortable, then just
Let's get me out.
let us know that you need to take a break.
Okay.
Don't say it's because of your leg. Just indicate you need to take a break. Okay. Okay. Then you can bring in the drink. Thank you. And remember, you all can remain seated for the drink. Thank you.
Jury entering.
Members of the jury, good morning. Good morning. How are you today? Good. Good. Did you all follow my instruction that I gave at the end of the day yesterday to not watch the local news, do any research, or talk with each other or anyone else? Yes. Yes. Okay. At this time, we're going to begin with the defense's presentation of evidence. Mr. Crawford, if you could remain seated and raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the jury?
David Crawford
And where are you currently employed?
at the Osceola County Sheriff's Office.
And in what capacity do you work at the Osceola County Sheriff's Office?
I am a part of our traffic unit as a deputy sheriff.
And were you employed with the Osceola County Sheriff's Office back on February 27th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
And in what capacity?
As a canine handler, part of our traffic unit, but as a deputy sheriff.
And what sort of education did you go through prior to becoming a deputy?
I graduated high school with a diploma. I went through the basic law enforcement academy at TICO, which is in Osceola County.
And how long have you worked for the Osceola County Sheriff's Office?
Be 13 years in April.
And as part of your training in the academy, do you receive weapons training?
Yes, we do.
Does that include firearms training?
Yes, it does.
And back on February of 2022, what firearm were you carrying?
At the time, I was carrying a Glock 17.
Is that a firearm that you've received training on how to use?
Yes, I have.
And they teach you how to maintain and care for the weapon?
Yes.
You learn about the specs of the weapon, specifications?
Yes.
And you learn about the functionality of the weapon?
Yes.
And do you learn how much force it takes to depress the trigger on a Glock 17?
Yes.
And how much force is that?
Objection calls for hearing.
Sustain.
You receive training on CEWs or tasers.
Yes.
When I say CEWs or tasers, you recognize those to be essentially the same thing, correct?
Yes.
The taser is a type of CEW.
Yes.
And where do you receive that training at?
We received training in the law enforcement academy and at our agencies.
And did you take a taser training course in January of 2022?
Yes, I did.
Was that the first time you'd ever received taser training?
No.
That's kind of updated training then?
Correct.
So that was that the month before the incident at the Wawa in February of 2022?
Yes, it was.
In that class, were you taught anything about using threats of force to gain compliance and resisting suspects?
Yes, we were.
What exactly were you taught?
That verbal threat of using a taser is a de-escalation technique in order to gain compliance.
Did they teach you whether there was any other way to threaten the use of a taser to gain compliance?
Yes, that on the new Taser 7, the arc button is a form of de-escalation as well.
And we've already heard some testimony, but can you just briefly remind the jury of what arcing a taser is?
Arcing taser, on the new Taser 7, they have the two buttons on the side that if you press it, that the front of the taser will arc, making a loud sound from activating it.
And you were taught in January 2022 that taser course that according to the training, is a valid means of de-escalation?
Yes.
That's a valid means of gaining compliance.
Yes, it is.
And are you taught that's a higher show or threatened use of force than just verbally threatening to use a taser?
Correct.
Now you're familiar with the functionality of the trigger on the Taser 7?
Yes.
And you are familiar with the functionality of the trigger on a Glock 17 that you carry?
Yes.
How do the two triggers compare as far as the amount of force required to pull them back?
The Glock has more force you need to pull, and the Taser is more of a button like on a remote.
Now, during your training, have you ever heard the term muscle memory?
Yes, I have.
What is muscle memory?
Muscle memory is the repeated action where you do something the same way repeatedly every single time.
And where do you learn about that?
We learn about it in the basic law enforcement academy and through our agency training.
And going back just for one moment, back to the Taser training, do you know who develops the curriculum for the training that you received back in January 2022?
Axon.
Now, why is muscle memory important?
Muscle memory is important for law enforcement because in certain situations where it's high stress, high risk, sometimes we need to rely on our muscle memory where if we need to do an action, that it just comes second nature to us, that we don't really have to think about it. It's just a second act that we do constantly.
And how is muscle memory obtained?
By repeating the same action in the same way over and over and over again.
And specifically, are you trained to draw your weapon the same way over and over and over again?
Yes, we are.
Are law enforcement officers sometimes in fast-moving situations when they're in the field?
Yes.
Situations where they don't have time to think?
Yes.
As a law enforcement officer, what were you trained to do in a fast-moving situation where you don't have time to think?
To rely on our training and muscle memory.
And is this training that only you received, or is this standard training everyone in the Law Enforcement Academy received with you?
It's standard training.
Have you received any training on how to respond to suspects who fled from the police?
Yes, we are.
What does that training tell you?
That we are to assume that they're dangerous and that they would, given the opportunity, they would flee again.
In this specific case, did the manner in which you grabbed the suspect and took him to the ground off the motorcycle comply with your training?
Yes, it did.
And you received your training from an accredited police academy?
Yes, I did.
Do all law enforcement officers in Florida have to receive their training from an accredited police academy?
Yes, we do.
So back on February 27th of 2022, on that specific day, were you working on duty as an Osceola County Sheriff's Deputy?
Yes, I was.
How did you first become involved in the sequence of events that culminated in your confrontation with Jean Barreto Verga at the Wawa gas station at 3951 Central Florida Parkway in Orlando?
I had heard a call for service for an aggravated assault involving dirt bikes pointing guns at motorists.
And you said aggravated assault. Just for the jury's sake, can you explain what you mean by that? What is an aggravated assault as it relates to firearms?
Aggravated assault is where someone would threaten or point a firearm at someone else.
And is that a felony in the state of Florida?
Yes, it is.
Did you hear any follow-up transmissions about that?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear those over the police radio?
Excuse me. Yes, I did.
And generally speaking, police radios, when you were working on duty as a sheriff's deputy, are all the other sheriff's deputies who are working in the same area as you all on the same channel?
Yes.
So if you were to hit the button on the radio and speak into it, all the other deputies hear what you're saying, correct?
Who are on the same channel? Yes.
And vice versa, if there's other deputies and they hit the button, speak into it, you could then hear their transmissions, correct?
Correct.
Did you hear any follow-up transmissions about the suspect of the aggravated assault?
Yes, I did.
And who from?
Deputy Kofinas.
Now, do you work with Deputy Kofinas?
I do.
And do you know him well?
I do.
You talk to him often?
I do.
Do you listen to him over the radio often?
Yes, I do.
And so you're able to recognize his voice?
Yes.
Do you know who Deputy Teams is?
Yes, I do.
Do you work with him?
Yes, I do.
Do you know him well?
Since the basic law enforcement academy, yes.
So it would be safe to say you've known him your whole career?
Correct.
Do you talk to him often?
Yes.
Do you listen to him over the radio often?
Yes, I do.
So you can recognize Deputy Teams' voice as well?
Yes, I could.
Did you also hear his voice over the radio?
Yes, I did.
And I'm specifically referring to February 27, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Did you know what his assignment was on that day?
He was the deputy inside the sheriff's office helicopter who was operating the camera.
And when we say Sheriff's Office helicopter, is that the same thing as saying the STAR unit?
Correct. That is the name for the aviation unit, STAR.
And I was also going to ask, can also be referred to as an aviation unit.
Correct.
So if we say helicopter STAR aviation, we're talking about the same helicopter that's in the air, correct?
Same thing, yes.
Was he also giving updates over the radio that day?
Yes, he was.
Did you hear any updates about the person Deputy Kofinas had identified as the suspect who was pointing guns at motorists?
Yes, I did.
And who did you hear that from?
I heard that from deputy teams.
And what did he say?
He was giving updated locations of where the suspect was traveling and his driving habits.
Did you also hear any updates from Deputy Kofinas?
Yes, I did.
And what update did you hear from him?
That he believed that he was behind the aggravated assault suspect.
Now, when he said that, did he say it using normal words like you just said it, or was he speaking in code?
He was speaking in codes.
Do law enforcement officers typically use codes when they're talking over the radio?
Yes.
Can you give an example of a common one for the jury just so that they understand what kind of codes we're talking about?
Most commonly one uses 10-4.
And what does 10-4 mean?
Okay.
And that's one that is just generally used by every agency, right? It's so common.
Yes.
But each individual agency, they have their own codes that they use over the radios as well, right?
Correct. Ours would be different from say, Orange County.
What exactly did Deputy Kofinas say over the radio regarding the suspect?
That he was behind the 53 ag suspect.
And when you hear 53 ag, as also a kind of sheriff's deputy, what does that mean to you?
Aggravated assault.
And 53, what specifically does that mean?
53 is short for signal 53, which means at our agency assault.
And so when you hear ag, what does that mean?
Short for aggravated.
So when you hear 53 ag put together, what do those two terms mean to you combined?
Aggravated assault.
As a law enforcement officer is pointing a firearm at others, aggravated assault.
Yes.
Does your training tell you anything about how you need to approach a subject of an aggravated assault with a firearm?
Yes.
And what is that?
That we are to treat that person as if they are armed and dangerous.
And where do you learn that from?
We learn it in the basic law enforcement academy and through advanced training at the sheriff's office.
So throughout the period of time between when the suspect of aggravated assault was first identified, all the way up into the point where you're making contact with that suspect at the Wawa, are you receiving updates from the helicopter unit?
Yes, I was.
And the suspect of the Wawa, just to be clear, is that the same suspect that was identified by Deputy Kofinas as a suspect in the aggravated assault?
Yes.
And you were receiving regular updates from the helicopter following him all the way from that location all the way to the Wawa, correct?
Correct.
And did you later identify that person as Gian Barreto Vierga?
Yes.
Now, when you were receiving updates from the helicopter, what specifically were you being told about how he was operating his motorcycle?
That was operating in a reckless manner, running several red lights, weaving in and out of traffic, cutting cars off, driving on the wrong side of the road, driving down the sidewalk.
Did that cause you any concern?
Yes, it did.
Why?
Except the public, other motorists on the road, and even pedestrians who are on the sidewalk in great jeopardy.
Were you eventually directed by the helicopter unit to the Wawa gas station?
Yes, it was.
Was that through radio transmissions?
Yes, it was.
Was that because the helicopter unit had told you that the suspect had arrived there?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any concerns about the safety of the public once he had arrived at the Wawa?
Yes, I did.
And why is that?
The fact that he was reported to be armed and that he had just fled, which is the safety of the public in danger.
Did you have any concerns about the suspect being given a chance to flee again from the Wawa?
Absolutely.
Why is that?
It's like I said, when we respond to treat fleeing suspects as if they would flee again.
What was going through your mind when you arrived at the Wawa?
I was nervous due to the fact that he's at a very popular gas station and that the safety of everybody there was in jeopardy.
Is that based upon the reports you had received?
Yes.
The reports that he had committed or was a suspect in an aggravated assault with a firearm?
Yes.
And the reports that he had fled from police?
Yes.
And was it specifically Deputy Kafinas who
Objection,
had-
reading.
Sustained.
Did you hear which deputy had attempted the traffic stop on
Yes.
the suspect?
Yes, I did.
And who was that?
Deputy Kofinas.
At the time you arrived at the Wawa, did you believe that the motorcyclist, later identified as Breaker Bayerga, was a suspect who had earlier pulled a gun on motorists?
Yes.
Why?
Because that was the description that Deputy Kofinas had given and that the aviation unit had given.
The helicopter unit informed you that they followed this person all the way from when he fled from Deputy Kafinas' traffic stop to the Wawa.
Correct.
Was it the helicopter unit who relayed the information about this suspect to you prior to you arriving at the Wawa?
Yes.
Did Deputy Kafinas say anything about the particular suspect prior to you arriving at the Wawa?
Yes.
What was that?
That he believed he was the aggravated assault suspect and he had just fled from him.
What did you do when you saw the suspect?
I stood there to make sure he didn't notice my presence because I was afraid that he had the firearm and would use it if he noticed my presence.
And at some point, did you stand behind a pillar prior to making contact with him?
Objection, reading.
Sustained.
Prior to making physical contact with the suspect, did you do anything else at the Wawa prior to that?
Yes, I stood one aisle over behind the pillar
Why were you standing there behind that pillar?
to ensure he did not notice my presence and either pull the firearm on me or flee again.
Were there other deputies en route to your location?
Yes.
At some point, did you see any other deputies arrive?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how exactly did you see them? Can you just explain that movement for the jury?
I glanced to my left. I observed a marked patrol vehicle pulling in, coming around the corner, at which time I knew my backup was there, and that's when I ran and made contact with the suspect on the website.
Why did you approach the suspect when you did?
That was the first one to him.
As a law enforcement officer, is it your job to detain fleeing felons?
Yes, it is.
Is it your job to detain people suspected of aggravated assaults with firearms?
Yes, it is.
Why did you not announce your presence to the suspect before grabbing them?
I didn't want him to know that I was there. I wanted to surprise him. I did not want to give him the chance to have the ability to pull the firearm or flee on the motorcycle.
Why did you not immediately run up and grab them before you saw other units arrive?
For officer safety, I wanted to at least have other units there with me to assist me in detaining him.
Before you actually made physical contact with the suspect, did you have a clear view of his gas tank?
I did not.
Why not?
His body was blocking it, and I had the sun in my eyes.
So can you describe, when you're looking at the suspect, what you're seeing from the angle where you're standing and where he's at?
I just observed him sitting on the motorcycle.
What part of his body was facing?
His back.
Was his body blocking your view of the gas tank?
Yes, it was.
Prior to arriving at the Wawa, did you hear anything over the radio about the suspect moving between gas pumps?
Yes, it did.
And what was that?
Aviation unit advised that he had stopped at one pump, and he was there for several minutes, and that he then moved up to another pump.
Did you think anything about that?
I thought he was trying to hide from the helicopter.
When you approached the suspect, what direction did you come from in relation to him?
To the right and a little behind.
Yes, correct. And where was the suspect at that time in relation to the motorcycle?
He was still sitting on it.
From your position, were you able to see whether the gas cap was attached to the bike?
No, I did not.
And when I say bike, do you understand that to mean motorcycle or dirt bike?
Correct.
And we're using all those terms interchangeably?
Yes.
Why were you not able to see whether the gas cap was attached to the bike?
Once again, his body was blocking the view of the gas tank, and the sun was directly in my face and my eyes.
Did you realize the gas cap was off the tank?
No, I did not.
Did you see a nozzle in the gas tank?
No, I did not.
Why were you unable to see the nozzle?
Due to the fact that his body was blocking it, my angle, and the sun was in my face.
And you've sat here today, throughout this week, and you've seen body-worn camera videos played for the jury, correct?
Correct.
And your own body-worn camera was played, correct?
Correct.
And in that body-worn camera, you can see the sun coming right at you, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen someone sitting on a motorcycle while they're filling it up with gas?
No, I have not.
So when you grabbed the suspect, did you realize at that time that gas was going to spill out the motorcycle?
No, I did not.
Did your actions in grabbing the suspect and taking him to the ground align with your training experience as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, it did.
Did you think it was necessary to arrest the suspect, Barrett Berga, because he's a fleeing felon?
Yes.
Did you believe other members of the public would be put in danger if he was allowed to flee on his bike again?
Absolutely.
Did you think if given the chance, he would flee on his bike again?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because once we're trained that if they flee once, they're probably going to flee again.
What was your ultimate goal,
Ultimate goal is to get him off the bike and get him into handcuffs
and why?
to effect the arrest.
And were you making a lawful arrest?
Yes, I was.
Did you believe it was necessary to grab the suspect in the manner in which you did?
Yes,
Did you believe it was necessary to protect the public,
absolutely.
including the civilians at the Wawa?
Yes.
Why is that?
Part of our job is to protect and serve.
And at that time, you were working as an Osceola County Sheriff's Deputy, correct?
Correct.
Did you and the other deputies lawfully pursue the suspect across county lines?
Yes.
Are law enforcement officers in Florida lawfully allowed to pursue suspects who flee outside their normal jurisdiction?
Yes, they are.
How much time elapsed between you making physical contact with the suspect and other deputies arriving to assist you?
Seconds.
Who was the first one there?
Deputy Phoenix.
A resisting suspect.
Yes, it is.
Is it something that is used in the field often?
Yes.
Does it sometimes gain compliance?
Yes.
Does it sometimes not?
Yes.
Did you ever have any intention of actually using a taser against the suspect?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Because I knew we were gassed and I wanted to get the taser away from him.
Did you believe you could be lit on fire if the taser discharged?
Yes.
Is that due to the gasoline?
Yes.
Did you want to be lit on fire?
No.
Did you want to light Barrett Berga on fire?
Absolutely not.
Did you develop the training materials for the police academy that you attended?
No, I did not.
Did you develop the training materials for the sheriff's office?
Did not.
Did you develop the training materials for the taser?
No, I did not.
Is it your job to develop training materials?
No, it is not.
As part of your job as a law enforcement officer, is it your job to listen to the training materials?
Yes, it is.
And are you instructed to follow your training?
Yes, we are.
Can you get in trouble if you don't follow your training?
Yes, we can.
What can happen if an officer doesn't follow the training he's been given by his agency?
It could be anything from a verbal counseling determination.
So when you said that the subject could be tased again if he didn't stop resisting, was that a statement of what you were intending to do?
No, it's not.
What was it then?
It was an attempt to gain compliance, de-escalation technique to get him into handcuffs.
And that is something that you've done before in the field?
Yes.
And that is something you've seen other officers do in the field?
Yes.
And that is something you were specifically taught to do in the field?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what was happening during the fire?
I was on fire. That's all. That's the only memory I have. I don't have a memory about much of it.
When the fire started, and interrupted, was the taser still in your hand?
No, it was not.
Where was it?
Under the car.
So, you saw the video, your body camera video earlier in this trial, correct?
Correct.
And you had saw where the taser is transferred from your right hand to the left, correct?
Correct.
At no time, or at any time, did you point the taser down at the suspect?
No, I did not.
Did you always keep it pointed away from him?
Yes, I did.
And then after you moved it from the right hand to the left, you had already described this, so I just want to see if I have this right. You were on the ground, so you pick it up, you transfer it like this, keep it pointed straight ahead, you lean to the left, you threw it under the car like that.
Correct.
You've thrown objects before generally, right?
Yes.
You've thrown a baseball.
Yes.
So when you throw an object, you have it in your hand, right?
Correct.
And then you start moving your hand and arm toward the direction where you want it to go.
Yes.
And then when you let go of that object, what happens to it?
It continues in that general direction.
So in this particular incident, when we see on the video that you're leaning to the left and moving the taser to the left, it goes off the video. Did you continue momentum to the left?
Yes, I did.
And then did you let go of the taser?
Yes, I did.
And did the taser leave your hand?
Yes, I did.
Did it continue traveling?
Yes.
In which direction?
Under the car.
Would you admit that the fire started at about the same time you were throwing the taser away?
Yes.
As you were engulfed in flames, were you aware of anything else?
No.
After you were engulfed in flames, did you take the time to turn the safety back on the taser?
No.
Could you have?
No.
Why not?
I was on fire. I was engulfed in flames. I wasn't thinking about anything else.
And where was the taser?
Under the car.
So it wasn't in your hands in the fire?
No.
When you were on fire, were you thinking about anything else?
No, it was not.
But based on your testimony, is it fair to say the taser was not in the fire?
Yes.
Now, going back to demonstrating, if you had picked up the taser and you were going to intentionally discharge it against a suspect beneath you, how would you have done that?
Objection, asking answer.
So I believe we did already go over this. I have a new point I'm trying to make. So if you testified earlier that you would just pick it up and put it against them and drive stun, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you put it against them and drive stun them, and that ignited the fire, where would the taser have been in your hand when the fire started? Or where would the taser have been when the fire started?
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, sorry, I kind of muddled that one. So if you pick up the taser and you drive stun them, and that caused the fire to erupt, right? Where would the taser be?
It would have been in my right hand.
Okay. So if you are deploying the taser against the suspect underneath you, it would have still been in your hand when the fire erupted.
Objection, meeting.
Would it have still been in your hand when the fire erupted?
Yes.
You've had a chance to observe the taser throughout this trial, correct?
Correct.
Did you see any fire damage on it?
I did not.
Did you see melted plastic?
I did not.
Melted rubber?
No.
Burned plastic?
I did not.
Scorch marks?
I did not.
Was that taser in the fire?
No.
Why not?
Because it was under the car.
Did you ever intentionally discharge a taser at the Wawa?
No, I did not.
Did you believe the taser would go off when you threw it off to the left?
No.
No further questions.
Ms. Flynn?
You've testified before, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the members of the jury whether you did anything wrong on February 27th of 2022?
No, I did not.
Not a single thing that you would do differently about your actions that day.
No.
Despite the fact that a person who did not have a firearm got burned over 65% of his body.
Objection, fast on evidence.
Overruled.
May we approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you.
Good?
Yes, sir.
So where we left off is you were telling us that you didn't do anything wrong that day.
Correct.
And you wouldn't do anything differently.
No.
Now, let's just be clear. Gian Barreto Baerga never had a firearm, right?
I was unable to search him, so I did not.
Well, when he was being tased in his waistband, you didn't see a firearm, right?
I'm sorry?
When he was being tased on the ground, you could see his waistband on body camera, there was no firearm present, was there?
I did not see one there.
So are you sitting here telling this jury today that you're not aware of whether or not he had a firearm?
I did not have the chance to search him.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you if you're aware, as you sit here today, whether or not he ever had a firearm.
No.
You're not aware.
The one was never located. I have no idea.
And you said two things there. One was never located, is that what you just said?
Yes, sir.
Right. So what you just said was Gian Barreto Baerga never had a firearm because one was never located, right?
That I am aware of, no.
Correct. You didn't see one, correct?
Not in a fast-moving situation, no.
Right. And you saw the crime scene investigator, they didn't talk about finding one, right?
Correct.
Right. So Mr. Barreto Baerga, to your knowledge, never had a firearm.
Not that I am aware of.
Not that you're aware of. Okay. So, despite the fact that this man did not have a firearm and was burned over 65% of his body, if confronted with the same situation today, you would do it all the same.
As relying on my information given to me, yes.
So I'd like to just see if we can get some basic agreement on some facts. Can we agree that you knocked the victim off his bike when you tackled him?
When I pushed him off the bike, yes.
And can we agree that he was sitting at a gas pump when you did that?
Yes.
Can we agree that knocking him off his bike resulted in gasoline spilling all over the ground?
Yes.
Can we agree that there was a danger of fire breaking out because of your actions?
No.
You don't agree that you were knocking him off the bike and the spilling gasoline caused the danger of fire? Is that what you're telling me?
Correct.
What don't you agree about with that?
That I had no idea that the gas cap was off and the fuel was spilling from the bike.
That's what you knew or thought. What I'm asking is, when you knocked him off the bike and it spilled gasoline over, you already agreed with that, did that cause a danger of fire?
Yes.
Okay. And can we agree that you were very aware of the danger of fire in the moments following that decision?
I'm sorry?
Can we agree that you were aware of the danger of fire in the moments following you knocking him off the bike?
No.
So when you said, kill the pump, there's gas, what did that mean to you?
At that time, yes. I was aware of the gasoline and the pump needed to be shut off.
Please listen carefully to the questions I ask. I said, after you knocked him off the bike, were you aware of a danger of gasoline?
Not immediately, no.
Okay. So when did you become aware of a danger of gasoline?
When I announced it.
All right. So you didn't think there was any danger to knocking him off the bike at the gas pump?
No.
It never dawned on you that doing that at the gas station might create a danger for the public?
No.
And there's no doubt that Kafinas fired the taser the first time or discharged it, right?
Correct.
And there's no doubt that he cycled it a second time or drive started, right?
Correct.
So are you blaming Deputy Kafinas for the fire?
No.
Okay. So can we agree that you picked the taser up off the ground
Yes.
and you took it from your right hand and put it in your left hand?
Yes, I did.
And can we agree that you shut, according to your testimony, you turned off or turned the safety on, right?
Turn the safety on?
Right.
Yes.
And then after turning the safety on, you said to the victim, you're going to get tased again.
Yes.
And can we agree that the evidence shows that after that occurred, the safety was turned off?
I have no memory of turning it off.
Right. So you've been sitting here in the courtroom for the last 3 days, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. So you're aware that the evidence has established that after your statement, the safety on the taser was armed. So it was turned off. The safety was turned off.
I understand what the evidence says, but my recollection is no. I do not have any memory of it.
That's why I asked it the way that I did. So you got to listen, okay? So can we agree that the evidence has shown that after you said you're going to get tased again, the safety was turned off?
Yes.
And can we agree that within a second of that, the trigger was pulled on the taser?
I don't know the time, but yes.
Very short in time. Can we agree on that?
Very short time, yes.
And that the fire started almost immediately. Can we agree on that?
No.
Okay, what don't you agree with on that?
That it was never, that I don't believe the fire started immediately, no.
Upon discharge of the taser, it's your testimony that it did not start immediately.
Upon discharge of the taser?
Right.
Upon the taser going off, yes.
Right, okay. So I want to go in, now that we sort of have some agreement about some facts, I want to go into some of the more specific details. You were the first deputy on the scene, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you said that you were listening to the radio traffic that day.
Correct.
And because of the radio traffic, you knew where to go. Is that right?
Well, it was relayed, yes.
Right. So you knew other deputies and units were responding at the time, correct?
Yes.
Right. But you didn't wait for them to take action.
No.
Now, there was nothing prohibiting you from waiting for the other 3 and eventually 4 deputies to arrive and encircle the suspect, was there?
Yes.
What was preventing you from doing that?
The fact that if he observed law enforcement, that he was fleeing him.
Okay. And did you watch him do anything that led you to believe he was looking for law enforcement? Did you see that?
Did I see that?
Right.
No.
No. All right. So you decided to make an approach on your own, right?
As other deputies were there, yes.
So can we agree that worst case scenario in that moment, if the other deputies arrive, he takes off and the helicopter continues to follow him, right?
Correct.
Can we agree on that?
Yes.
Right. There was no other danger present in that moment.
With him leading, yes.
Listen carefully. In that moment, as he's sitting on the bike, was there any other danger to anyone else?
No.
No. So your concern was that he would start to ride and flee again, correct?
Or potentially pull the fire.
Can we agree that an explosion at a gas station full of people is a bigger concern than the dirt bike running on the roads?
Not necessarily.
Okay. So it's your belief that the gas pumps exploding is not as significant as him fleeing on the dirt bike and being followed by the helicopter?
No, not necessarily, no.
Okay. So you didn't wait because you wanted to prevent him from taking off. Is that right?
Or observing law enforcement pulling in and pulling the fire off.
Because what I heard you say earlier was on direct examination, let's make sure I get it right, is that your ultimate goal is to effect arrest.
Correct.
Right? But you would agree that that's not the primary concern of law enforcement.
I'm not understanding.
Right. What is law enforcement's primary concern?
To protect and serve.
Right. To make sure that everyone involved is protected to the greatest extent possible. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And would you agree that there were obvious environmental dangers in the situation at the gas station?
Yes.
There would be better places to try to take the suspect into custody. Can we agree on that?
Not necessarily.
No, there's no place safer than a crowded gas station on a Sunday afternoon?
We wouldn't want to do it at an intersection where there's numerous people. We wouldn't want to do it where we move on and where we stop that. We wouldn't want to let them continue.
Agreed. He could stop somewhere else, right? The helicopter was going to follow him,
Could.
right? Okay. So, do you remember, were you concerned? I think you said you were concerned about the firearm that he had. That was your understanding?
Correct, yes.
Right. And is it your testimony here today that Jean Barreto Baerga matched the description of the person who was alleged to have a firearm?
Yes.
You're 100% certain about that?
That was relayed to me, yes.
You're 100% certain that the radio traffic is going to confirm that Jean Barreto Baerga matched the suspect with the firearm? I
Yes.
just want you to be clear for later on.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Can we agree that you had upwards of 20 seconds to observe the situation as you approached?
I don't know the time, but
Well, where did you park your vehicle?
on the, I believe it'd be the north side of the Wawa building.
Right, that's the opposite side of the pumps.
Well, in front of them, yes.
In front of you. Tell me what you mean by that.
Closest to the store.
Right. So you had to walk past the store or around the side of the store and then get to the pumps on the other side.
Correct.
Right. So what were you thinking about as you were making that walk all the way over to the pillars?
I was thinking about the safety of everybody there and hoping he wouldn't see me and either pull the firearm or flee again.
You were thinking about the safety of everybody there. Okay. How long did you have to think about that?
A few seconds.
A few seconds, like two? Few can mean different things.
A few seconds. I can't put a time on it.
Would it be more like 30 seconds that it took you to walk from your car, observe the situation at the station, and get up to the pillar?
I would say a few seconds.
Is 30 a few? make this
Everybody's
whole-
perception is different.
I'm asking you what your
Judge, I'm going to
perception
object
is.
past the answer. You already said you couldn't put a time on it.
Sustained.
What is your perception of a few seconds?
A few seconds, 10, 15, 20 seconds.
So can you describe for the members of the jury what you were seeing as you were walking from your car over towards the gas pumps?
For the defendant sitting on the motorcycle, as I was walking up, I observed people around.
Okay, you observed, so you were aware that people were around,
Yes.
right? Were you specifically aware that children were around?
At the time, I did not see any.
Right. So you said that as you were walking up, you were concerned about protecting the public. Did you make it a point to look out to see who else was present, what other civilians were present at the time?
Quick glance, yes.
Right. If your primary concern was the safety, right, because your focus and your goal was to effect the arrest of the suspect.
And protect the citizens at the wall.
Okay. And you didn't think you could do both at the same time.
Not in a high-stress situation.
Okay. So now it's your testimony that you were highly stressed as you strolled from your car over to the pillar.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So, and forgive me, I forget your answer. Did you see the children or not?
No, not at that time, no.
You did not know. Did you ever become aware of the children?
No, I did not.
So, again, in hindsight, looking back, did you try to be more aware of the surroundings around the gas pumps and the people that are present if you had to do this all over again?
I was aware as much as I could be while continuing to maintain a visual on the suspect.
Okay, so you and your testimony is you knew everything you needed to know or could know at the time.
Yes.
So earlier you were talking about your statement about your intention to tase the suspect. Do you remember that? Let me rephrase it because I can see your face already. You were talking about your statement that you're going to get tased again. You remember talking about that?
Yes, I do.
Right. And I believe your testimony was that you made that statement to de-escalate the situation.
Yes.
And at some point you described this situation as chaotic, right?
Yes.
Right. Would you agree that prior to your arrival, there was nothing chaotic going on at the gas station?
Prior to my arrival?
Right. As you're walking up, there was no chaos at the gas station.
None that I can see, no.
Right. So it was your arrival that caused the chaos, correct?
No.
It wasn't.
No.
So what caused the chaos at the gas station if it wasn't you and your decision to tackle the victim?
The suspect's resisting efforts is...
Okay, so let's back up. Let's
Judge,
back up.
objection, he has to allow the witness to actually answer the question before cutting him off.
Would you like to finish?
Yes, sir, please.
Go ahead.
That the suspect was resisting our efforts to get him in custody, that we had to continue to yell loud verbal commands in order to gain compliance to an attempt to get him in custody.
So I know you want to talk about that, and we'll get to that. What I want to talk about is your decision to tackle him. So prior to your decision to tackle him, there was no chaos at the gas station. Right. Did anybody else that you're aware of interact with this suspect prior to you?
Deputy Kafinas.
Prior to you,
Did
Deputy
you ask about
Kafinas.
this?
So Deputy Kafinas got to the suspect on the bike first?
No.
No, you were the first one.
Correct.
Right. And the chaos started when you pushed him off the bike and the gasoline spilled out.
It started with his resisting efforts.
What resisting was the suspect engaging in as he sat on the bike looking down at his phone?
Those resisting efforts? None.
None. Okay. And that's what you were aware of at the time. What he was doing in that moment when you went to make the arrest is he's sitting on his bike looking down at his phone.
I didn't know what he was doing. I know he was sitting on the bike.
You didn't see that he was looking down?
No.
You just told everybody that you were so scared of the firearm he had and you weren't even looking to see what he was doing?
I saw his back, and the sun was in my eyes as well.
Okay, so the sun blocked your view of what his head was doing but not his back. Is that what you're testifying to?
Correct.
Okay. So given that you couldn't see what he was doing, did you still think it was wise to charge at him headlong and knock him off?
Once other deputies were there, yes.
No, sir. You charged at him and knocked him off the bike prior to any other deputies arriving.
Objection, counsel testifying.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that you charged at the suspect and knocked him off the bike prior to the other deputies arriving?
No.
So it's your belief, because they'll get to see the video, it's your belief that the other deputies had already arrived prior to you making that decision.
They were in the parking lot. They arrived on scene. Yes, sir.
Okay, so they're in the parking lot, but they're certainly not in an area where they can help you.
Yes, they are.
Okay. All right. So it's your testimony that you believed the suspect had a gun.
Yes, sir.
And your decision in that moment, according to you, not knowing what he was doing, was to charge at him headlong.
To run him, yes.
Right. So is it my understanding that the firearm concerned you for your very life?
Yes.
Right. You never drew your taser, right?
No, sir.
You never drew your firearm.
No, sir.
You never attempted any de-escalation techniques prior to having your first contact with the victim.
No.
So there's been a lot of testimony, and I think you agree that de-escalation through verbal threats is a technique that you were taught.
Yes.
Wouldn't it be better to use de-escalation techniques prior to knocking the suspect off the bike?
No.
No.
No, sir.
Why not?
Because that would involve revealing myself, and I have no cover, and with him being suspected of having a firearm and giving him the chance to then pull this said firearm, and now there would be a chance of a shootout at the gas station.
So if the concern was revealing yourself, then why did you run at him? Why not just stay behind the pillar and wait for backup?
I did wait for backup.
You
And
did.
I waited for backup when I observed them, and then when I observed them in the parking lot pulling up, that's when I decided to come out from behind him off to the right and take him off the dirt bike.
So you heard, now we're going to go to the part that you wanted to talk about. You heard Kafinas start to tase the suspect, right?
Correct.
And you saw the taser in his hand, correct?
Correct.
And that concerned you, right?
Yes.
Because according to your testimony, you knew that the gas pumps and the taser were dangerous.
Correct.
And can we agree that regardless of what your training was, using a taser or electrical device around gas pumps is inherently dangerous?
Yes.
And I think you said that you had that training about a month prior to your involvement in this incident. Is that fair?
Yes.
So, shortly after Deputy Kafinas and yourself go hands-on with the suspect, you had a third deputy arrive. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's Deputy McLean.
Yes, it was.
Right. So, at some point, there are 3 deputies over this one person, correct?
Correct.
Right. At that stage, wouldn't it have been more prudent to try and apply handcuffs?
Yes.
Now, did you ever take out your handcuffs to apply them?
No, I did not.
So if McLean has one arm and Kafinas is on the other, why didn't you remove and try to apply your handcuffs?
Because they were never able to get his arms out from under him.
I understand that. But if they've got one arm each and you're on top of his back, why wouldn't you start to apply or get ready to apply your handcuffs?
Because they never had his arms behind his back.
I didn't say that. Listen carefully. If he's on the ground,
Ask an answer, he just gave his answer.
overruled. If the suspect is on the ground,
Correct.
and McLean is on one arm trying to pull it out, and Kafinas is on the other, and you're on top of him, why didn't you try to apply handcuffs?
Because we're not trying to put handcuffs on until the arms are behind their back and we have gained control of the suspect.
So what were you doing?
I was trying to keep him from getting up. I was holding his legs and his lower body down.
Okay. Can we agree that Mr. Barreto was a small guy?
I don't know his height or weight.
So you don't know anything about that?
No, sir.
Okay. The safety on the taser requires the physical force to arm and disarm, right?
Yes.
Right. And it's your testimony that you threw the taser to the left.
Yes.
And we're certainly aware of evidence that the taser, it's not just one back. Is it your contention that the taser just went off?
Yes.
So that means that in addition to the taser just going off, it just, I don't know, magically the safety was disarmed?
I don't know, sir.
So is it your testimony that, well, was it flying through the air? Is that when it happened? Or was it when it landed? I'm trying to understand how the taser could, the manual safety on the taser could arm itself again if it wasn't in your hand when that happened. Can you explain that to me? Or more importantly to them?
What do you mean by arm itself? I'm
Right, so you testified that you disarmed the safety on the taser. When you picked it up off the ground, you disarmed the safety. You disarmed the
Objection,
weapon.
Judge, misstating the facts.
Oh, no.
May we approach?
So, your testimony was that you put the safety into the on position, disarming the weapon when you picked it up.
Yes, turning the safety on, yes.
But we know that the firearm, the taser, the safety on the taser was deactivated and the weapon was armed in this incident within seconds.
Yes, sir.
And it's your testimony that it was not in your hand when that happened.
I have no memory of turning the safety on or off.
Well, that's different.
On.
That's different. So,
Judge,
let's,
objection, can you allow the witness to actually finish speaking before he cuts him off?
All right, Mr. Crawford, you may answer the question.
I have no memory of turning the safety off on the taser.
so I want to make a distinction between the two things here. One situation is you threw the taser, you remember that, and it armed itself after it left your hand. I'm not asking if that happened. I'm saying that's one situation. Are you with me?
Okay.
Another situation is you armed the weapon.
Objection, asking the witness hypotheticals, he's not an expert.
Was not.
Sustained.
Another situation is you testify that you don't remember arming the weapon.
Objection, Judge, same objection, asking hypotheticals.
Overruled.
So which one is the one that happened? That's what I want to know.
Judge, objection, he is now referring to the first question that you sustained his objection on as a hypothetical. And he's asking to compare it to. We will just strike the first question and now the third question.
Mr. Williams, could you just restate your question, please?
Yes. Did you throw it and it went off afterwards? Or is it possible it was in your hand and you just don't remember?
I have no memory of turning the safety off.
Okay, so it's possible, what you're now saying, that the taser was in your hand and you armed it, and you just don't remember.
I have no memory of that.
Right. So that would mean it's also possible that the taser was still in your hand and you pulled the trigger on it too, right?
No.
No. All right, so that we're all clear on what you're saying. It is possible that the taser was in your hand and you armed the weapon and disarmed the safety. That's possible. You just don't remember.
I have no memory of that.
Right. So why would you do that unless you're going to fire it?
I have no memory of turning the safety off.
Right? Why would you try to de-escalate after you've already escalated the situation?
I'm sorry.
Right, so what you said was you gave a threat to discharge the taser in an attempt to de-escalate the situation. That's your testimony.
Correct.
Right. But it would have been inappropriate to try to de-escalate it before it started. Can you explain that to me?
I'm not understanding your question, sir.
Right. You said you couldn't use de-escalation before you knocked them off the bike.
Correct.
Right. But you could use de-escalation in this chaotic situation.
Yes, sir.
Right. With the hope that he would hear you.
As I screamed the commands yes, and as other deputies were screaming their commands yes.
So it's coincidence that you scream, you're going to get tased again, and then the taser discharges. That's just coincidence.
Yes.
Yes. Did I hear you correctly earlier that you said Deputy Kafinas told you that Bereto Bayarga matched the description of the suspect?
Yes.
Okay. So if he told you that over the radio, we would be able to hear it.
Yes.
Okay. Because the radio traffic is recorded and everybody can come in and say what they need to say.
Yes.
And can we agree that the victim in this case was wearing a red helmet?
Red or orange, yes.
Right. It certainly wasn't a black helmet.
Yes, sir.
So can we agree that if you didn't listen carefully to the description of the suspect, that would be a problem.
That was a description that you refused to.
Different answer to a different question. Can we agree that if you didn't listen carefully to the suspect's description, that would be a problem?
Yes.
Right? Because that would mean that you would end up pursuing someone who had not committed a crime. Or the crime for which you think you're pursuing. How about that?
Not necessarily.
Right? Would you agree that it's important for law enforcement to get the right person?
Correct.
Right? Because, and would you also agree that your actions on this day were dictated by your belief that he had a gun?
That was relayed to me, yes.
Right. And it's your testimony that what was relayed to you was that the suspect matched what you saw on Jean Barreto bike.
Yes.
Because if you didn't listen carefully enough and got the wrong person, that would be reckless. Can we agree with that?
Yes.
Yes. Because you, according to you, are relying on the radio traffic to make sure you've got the right person, right?
Yes.
And if you didn't listen carefully enough and you got the wrong person, a man could be burned even though he never had a firearm in the first place. That's possible.
I'm sorry, no more.
Right. If you got the wrong description and didn't hear it right, or weren't careful, a man can get burned because you think he has a gun.
The description that was given to me is the suspect that I took down.
Okay. So, you sort of wrap up here. You wait and hide behind a pillar, right?
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
After you walked up to the scene, the original scene, correct?
Yes.
According to you, you never saw any of the children who were on the scene
Correct.
because you were focused on making the arrest.
Correct.
And you decided to run and knock them off the bike, right?
Yes.
And we agreed that doing that caused gasoline to spill everywhere, correct?
Yes.
And can we further agree that the tussle and the fight that occurred happened mere feet from a father and his son? We agree on that.
That I was unaware of, yes.
Because you didn't look. You were unaware of it because you didn't look.
I did look, sir.
You just didn't see them according to your testimony,
Correct.
even though they were right there.
Correct.
You knew there was gas, right?
Yes, sir.
And you picked up the taser.
Yes, sir.
According to you, you disarmed the weapon, right?
Yes.
You told the suspect he was going to get tased again.
Yes.
The weapon was armed, right?
Yes.
And then the taser discharged.
Yes.
And it's possible that you armed the weapon back and you just don't remember.
I have no memory of that.
So going through all of that, do you remember or do you believe you made any mistakes on February 27th of 2022?
No, I did not.
If you had to do it all over again, you wouldn't do anything different.
No, sir.
That's all I have, Judge.
All right, Mr. Barber.
Deputy Crawford, how many eyes do you have?
Sorry. 2.
And where are they located?
Front of my face.
Do you have eyes on the side of your head?
No, I do not.
Behind your head?
No, I do not.
Are you able to see 360 degrees all around you at all times?
No.
So if you're looking at one particular person or object, are you able to see everything else that's going around in the entire area at the same time?
No.
Now, you talked a lot, or the state asked you a lot about, whether you had any memory about turning the safety off, correct?
Correct.
And when we say that, we're talking about arming the taser.
Correct.
Now, when you said you have no memory of it, are you talking about your actual, like your cognitive memory, like your actual memories, your thoughts, what you can remember.
Yes.
I want to talk to you a little more about muscle memory. Can you talk to the jury one more time about what muscle memory is and explain it?
So muscle memory is doing a repeated action over and over again so that it becomes second nature to you.
So when you say second nature, based on muscle memory, are you taking certain actions without even thinking about it?
Yes.
Are they subconscious?
Yes.
And is that due to your training as a law enforcement officer teaching you to draw a weapon the same way over and over and over?
Yes.
Would you say you have drawn a taser countless times the same way every time?
Countless.
And when you draw your taser in the field, based on your muscle memory, based on your training, do you always flick off the safety at that time?
No.
Okay, in the field, when you draw your taser, do you draw it the same way every single time?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you draw your taser, you practice that over and over, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when you draw your taser, as part of your process in drawing the taser, what hand do you draw it with?
I draw it with my right.
What do you do with it after that?
I transition it to my left.
Why do you do that?
I'm left-hand dominant.
So you do things with your left hand.
Yes.
Every time you draw your taser and you're transferring it from the right hand to the left, is there another action that you always do without thinking about it?
I turn the safety off.
And is that due to your muscle memory?
Yes.
That is something you were taught as a law enforcement officer, correct?
Yes.
This wasn't taught just to you, was it?
No.
Is this something all law enforcement officers are trained in?
Beyond the scope of the cost, and it's already been asked and answered.
Sustained.
The state was asking you on cross whether you ever located a firearm, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever have the chance to get the suspect in handcuffs and search him?
No.
Do you have any knowledge, one way or the other, about whether at that time, sorry, let me rephrase that question, because that's what we're looking at that time. At that moment, you're interacting with the suspect. Did you believe he had a firearm?
Yes.
Were you ever able to rule that out during all of your interactions with them?
No.
What does your training tell you to assume in a situation like that?
That they are armed and they're willing to use the firearm.
Is it relevant or not whether a firearm was later found or not?
No.
At the time, are you only able to rely upon information you have at that moment?
Yes.
Now, do you have any psychic abilities, Deputy?
I'm not aware of.
Can you tell the future?
No.
So, when you're trying to make a decision in the field with a resisting suspect, do you have to rely upon the information you know at that time?
Yes.
Does it help you in your decision at that moment in time to learn about, to incorporate information that you learned years later?
No.
Now, I want to talk a little more about what you knew at the time. Discussing the description. Was the helicopter hovering above the Wawa gas station at the time you arrived?
Yes.
And based upon all the radio traffic you listened to, that helicopter had followed the suspect all the way from when he fled from Deputy Kafinas' traffic stop to the Wawa, correct?
Correct.
And that helicopter specifically directed you to that specific person.
Yes.
And Deputy Kafinas had specifically told you that was the suspect of the aggravated assault.
Over the radio, yes.
So when you said he matched the description, were you referring to the description given you by the helicopter telling you, that's our guy?
Yes.
Are law enforcement officers prohibited from arresting people at gas stations?
No.
It's not off limits?
No.
So criminal suspects can't go to a gas station and claim sanctuary and they're untouchable?
Correct.
Now the state asked whether there was somewhere better you could have arrested him. Where did you encounter the suspect?
At the gas station.
Is that why you tried to arrest him at the gas station?
Yes.
Now, the state talked about that there was no indication that he was going to flee, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree the best indicator of future actions is to look at people's immediate past actions?
Yes.
And prior to arriving at the Wawa, had he been fleeing from police?
Yes.
While he was at the Wawa, in your mind, was that a continuation of him fleeing from the police?
Yes.
Did you already testify that you thought he was hiding from the helicopter?
Yes.
So the state asked about whether it would have been better to allow him to just leave. In your mind, would there have been any dangers posed by allowing him to just take off again?
Absolutely.
And what are those dangers?
The way he was driving previously, he put the public at risk, all the motorists, pedestrians. I believe that he would have done it again.
Now, as a law enforcement officer, are you aware that sometimes there are vehicular accidents on the roads
Yes.
where cars crash into each other?
Yes.
Based on your training experience as a law enforcement officer, are those more likely to occur when people are driving recklessly,
Yes.
when they're running red lights,
Yes.
when they're speeding,
Yes.
when they're cutting in and out traffic?
Yes.
Do car accidents sometimes result in fatalities?
They do.
Can people die in car accidents?
Yes, they can.
Did you believe there was a possibility that if he fled, he was going to put other people's lives at danger?
Yes.
I should have said in danger, but I think you got what I meant.
I understand, sir.
Now, the state asked you whether you had seen any evidence that the safety was turned off on the firearm, correct?
Sorry.
Did the state ask you about whether you saw evidence of the trial about the safety being turned off on the taser, correct?
Correct.
When you said that, were you referring to the taser data that was displayed?
Yes.
Did you see any other evidence showing that the safety was turned off?
No.
So when you had said that, you were discussing specifically the taser data.
Correct.
And just to be clear, that's the same taser data that reported a false trigger pull, correct?
Correct.
Now, the state was asking you questions repeatedly about why you didn't wait for other deputies, correct?
Correct.
On direct, when you first talked to me, did you not state that Deputy Kafinas arrived a second, or he actually made contact with the suspect a second after you?
Yes.
And there were other units all converging at the same time, correct?
Correct.
Were there multiple other deputies at the Wawa property before you went and grabbed the suspect?
Yes.
So you did wait for backup.
Yes.
In a situation like that, does one law enforcement officer necessarily always have to be the first one in?
Sorry.
In a situation where multiple law enforcement officers are trying to arrest someone,
Correct.
right? Someone always has to be first, right?
Correct.
I think someone always has to be the first over the trench, right?
Yes.
Is it always you in every single situation?
No.
Was it in this situation?
Yes.
Why?
I was the first one to get to him.
Now, the state asked you whether you saw any indication that he was aware law enforcement was present, correct?
Correct.
Weren't you, in fact, specifically trying to prevent him from being aware of law enforcement's presence?
Yes.
And can you remind the jury why that's important?
It's important because he was reported to have a firearm, and if he saw law enforcement approaching him, he could use that firearm or he could flee again.
Now, the state was asking you, well, why didn't you de-escalate before you grabbed him, correct?
Correct.
So, in that specific situation, why didn't you just walk up to him and say, "Excuse me, sir, may I have your firearm, please?"
Officer safety would be in jeopardy.
Does the fact that he had been fleeing from police affect your thought process at all about whether he would ever willfully comply with such a request?
Yes.
And what is that?
that he wouldn't, and that he would flee again.
Now, the state asked if he took off, the helicopter could have followed him, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how long that helicopter can stay in the air?
No.
Do you know how long it had been in the air prior to that point?
No.
Do you know for sure whether that helicopter could have continued following him?
No.
If the helicopter was able to continue following him, is there anything that helicopter could have done, being up in the sky, to prevented him from causing a car accident?
No.
Or from even causing fatalities due to a car accident that he caused?
No.
So the helicopter following him doesn't actually keep the public safe, does it?
No.
The state kept asking you on cross about whether it's your job to protect the public, right?
Correct.
Did you believe that by arresting the suspect in the manner in which you did, you were protecting the public?
Yes.
Now, the state kept asking you whether you would cause the chaos by grabbing him and knocking the bike over, right?
Correct.
If you never received a report that that suspect had pulled a firearm or motorist, would you ever have been even looking for him?
No.
If that suspect did not flee from Deputy Kafinas' traffic stop, would you have ever been following him?
No.
Was it the suspect's actions that led you to the Wawa?
Yes.
Was it the suspect's actions that caused you to grab him and take him to the ground?
Yes.
The state asked whether you had observed him resisting in any way as he was sitting on the bike. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And at that exact moment, he was not, correct?
Correct.
Is that because you hadn't tried arresting him yet?
Correct.
Can somebody resist arrest if there's no one trying to arrest them?
No.
But at that moment, he had been fleeing, correct?
Correct.
Would another way to say that would be to say he was resisting Deputy Kafinas' attempt to pull him over and arrest him
Correct.
for fleeing and eluding
Yes.
and for aggravated assault with firearm.
Yes.
Now the state asked you, well, what do you mean you couldn't see him look down? Well, go ahead. Your Honor, may I approach you between my client and the jury?
You may.
Thank you. What exactly am I looking at right now?
Jury. Wall.
What about now?
I have no idea.
What about now?
No clue.
Can you see what my eyes are doing if you're looking at the back of my head?
No, sir.
Now, the state asked you about you never pulling your gun or your taser, correct?
Correct.
Did you believe that grabbing the suspect and taking him to the ground in the manner in which you did was much safer than pulling a firearm?
Yes.
Was it much safer than pulling your taser?
Yes.
In your mind, was that the safest course of action based upon all the information known to you at that moment?
Yes.
Would you agree that grabbing someone and taking them to the ground is less force than shooting them?
Yes.
The state asked you whether the suspect was a small guy, right?
Yes.
And you said you didn't know?
Correct.
You had never in your life, sorry, let me rephrase that, had you ever in your life seen that suspect before you encountered him at the Wawa?
No.
Have you ever seen him since in real life?
No.
Would it be fair then to say that your entire interaction with that person was in about that 15 seconds in which you were struggling with them?
Yes.
Is that why you're not able to estimate what his height and weight was?
Correct.
Did you have other things on your mind at the time?
Yes.
Now, the state asked you if it was possible that the taser discharged and caused the fire, right?
Correct.
Do you know whether that happened?
No.
Do you know whether even for sure whether that taser even went off?
No.
Do you have any personal knowledge about whether you had ever turned off the safety after you had picked up the firearm?
Did I turn off the safety?
Correct. Do you remember ever doing that based on your personal knowledge?
No.
Is the only evidence you've seen even suggesting that that is what happened based on the data?
Yes.
And that's the same data that showed a trigger pull that never happened, right?
Correct.
Do you know for sure how that fire started?
No.
So I want to clarify one thing, talking about the description. When you said that you matched a description, did you mean based on all the description of colors of clothing and stuff that he's wearing, or were you referring to the fact that the helicopter unit directed you to that specific person?
I was relying on the helicopter.
And is that what you're trained to do, rely on information given to you by other units?
Yes.
If you had ignored that instruction from the helicopter and he took off, do you think there could have been dangers posed?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Yes.
And if people had gotten hurt based on your inaction because he took off, could you have been in trouble for that?
Yes.
Would that have been reckless?
Yes.
Based on all the information known to you at that time, at that moment, did you take the best course of action that you thought was the safest for everyone in the area?
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you. Recall 60 seconds, Judge.
No problem.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I understand. Are you telling the jury that your belief that this suspect had a firearm came from the helicopter telling you that?
Deputy Phoenix.
Okay. I thought I heard you say a minute ago that that came from the helicopter.
It was related from Deputy Phoenix to the helicopter, which related.
Okay, so when we listen to the helicopter traffic, it's going to say that this suspect at the gas station had a gun.
The messenger, yes.
Right? And when we listen to the radio traffic, we're going to hear Deputy Kafinas say that this particular suspect had a gun.
He was the suspect, yes.
No. You said that this particular suspect had a gun.
That he possibly had a gun and he was the suspect.
Well, now it's possible. So are you telling us that you're not sure that he had a gun?
I have no personal knowledge. I'm going to face it off.
I'm sorry. Finish.
Objection, then you'd be allowed to finish.
Finish. I'm sorry, Judge. Go ahead, sir.
I have no personal knowledge. I'm relying on what Deputy Phoenix and the helicopter advised me.
I understand that, and you've told us that. But I want to make sure, as I understand, where you're getting that information you rely on. So, what you said, and if I'm wrong, tell me, that Deputy Kafinas says over the radio that this is the person who has a gun.
That he believes he is the suspect of the aggravated assault.
That he believes.
Yes. That he said that he believes that he's the suspect and that he is fleeing from us.
And we're going to hear that on the radio.
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you. So
I was going to see if I could just clear one thing up, Judge. If that's all right. We're going to be real quick. So when you are responding to a report that somebody is a suspect in an aggravated assault with a firearm, just by the fact that you hear that, do you know for sure 100% without doing any investigation that person has a firearm?
No.
Or are you trained to believe that they do?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
Members of the jury, I think we're going to do our schedule a little differently today. I think now is probably a good time to break for lunch. And we will then resume court today again at 1 o'clock as opposed to 1:30. Again, please just follow the instruction I've been giving you all week not to watch any of the local news, talk about the case with each other, anyone else can do any research, okay? Enjoy your lunch.
Jury is exiting.
Okay. I had broken 11:30 so that Deputy Crawford could come back to the table so that the jurors wouldn't see his crutches. But we're on lunch recess now till 1 o'clock. Is there anything that we need to talk about or go over from the state's perspective now?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Barber?
No.
Okay, then we'll resume at 1 o'clock.
Actually, Judge, I'm so sorry. There's one question I
I knew it,
have.
okay.
There's always something. Just as far as the ruling on the helicopter video came, I understand edited out the first 7 minutes 40 seconds, and you said no other redactions. I just wanted to make sure I was clear that included we're not cutting off the audio then. Because that's what I was confused
State
about.
have the objection to the audio of the video.
My understanding of Your Honor's rulings that we're not playing with audio.
That's true.
So you would ask the court to expire the ruling.
Yeah, that was what we talked about yesterday.
Right.
That there would be no audio played, but the jury could watch the video, right? Because the audio is not going to describe, the audio doesn't describe the bike.
The one thing I would say is the audio is the same radio traffic that the state keeps referring to.
Well, I think they're going to get to that.
Right, I'm just saying it would kind of make all of it a moot point because I believe it's going to be the same audio, but we can cross that bridge when we get there.
All right, but just to be clear, the
Right.
ruling is that the video does not need to be redacted. It's going to be played from the 7:40 mark, and you can play the whole thing if you want to without any audio.
And I've been working on that. I have a friend who's helping me with it as a favor, so she's working on editing all that out. Apparently, you can't just click a button and audio comes off. You got to re-render the whole video to take hours. I think I should have that by the time we come back from lunch.
Okay. Anything else?
Nothing else.
All right,
Thanks.
enjoy your lunch.
quick.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Deputy. Can you please state your name for the jury?
Sure, it's Keith Mobley,
And where are you currently employed?
also County Sheriff's Department.
And in what exact capacity are you employed there?
I'm a tactical flight officer for the Aviation unit.
Do you have a specific rank?
Just deputy.
And how long have you worked at the Austin County Sheriff's Office?
16 years now.
Do you have any law enforcement experience prior to working at the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did 20 years at the semi-retired.
And so would that be a total of 36 years of law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
And what are your current duties at the Sheriff's Office?
Tactical flight officer.
Can you just explain what that is, please?
Sure. In the helicopter, there's two crews. There's a pilot and an observer. I'm the observer. I work with the camera and communicate with the people on the ground to cockpit resource management between the pilot and I. Make sure we're safe in the air.
And you worked in that capacity back on February 27th of 2022.
Yes, sir.
And could you go through all of the
cockpit resource management, look for dangers and all that, and then look for suspects or missing people, and then communicate with the deputies on the ground with using our cameras.
And just generally speaking, can you go through the training that you go through to become a sheriff's deputy?
Yeah, I went to the police academy. Unfortunately, at my time, it was only 580 hours, and I'm sure more now. But once you do that, then you get certified by the state, and then you get employed in a police department in the state of Florida.
Do you have any training specifically in regards to firearms?
Through the academy, sir. Plus, I'm also a firearms instructor.
Do you have any training related to tasers?
Yes, sir. Also a Taser instructor.
Do you have training related to tactics used to take down suspects?
Just regular patrol, plus I was on the SWAT team for 10 years.
Do you have any training regarding how to detain a fleeing suspect?
Once again, just basic tactics, securing and handcuffing.
Based on
all the training you received, were you ever trained that if you encounter a fleeing suspect and has not noticed your presence yet, that you should announce your presence to them? If the subject is across the arm, you try not to give them
Us or others, so you try to covertly position yourself to where you take it down quickly and safely.
during your training, were you ever taught anything about muscle memory?
It definitely a big factor in law enforcement, especially with the different tactics we do.
That's what we're trained so often. We're drawing a weapon, or drawing a baton, drawing a taser. It becomes second nature, so you don't have to think about it. So there's less time for reaction there. And is that specifically taught because sometimes in the field there's fast-moving situations?
It's very dynamic, very fast-moving.
And sometimes officers may not have time to think.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes they may have to make split second. So I believe I was saying, in the field, are there sometimes fast-moving dynamic situations?
Yes, sir. And especially in high-risk situations, pursuits, foot pursuits, vehicle pursuits, entries to buildings and stuff.
Would encountering a suspect who's been fleeing from police be considered one of those high-risk situations?
Yes, sir.
Would encountering a suspect who is the suspect in the aggravated assault with firearm be a high-risk situation?
Yes, sir.
fast-moving, high-risk situations, what are law enforcement officers trained to rely on? Their skill, their past experience in memory. How is muscle memory obtained? Repetition, over and over again, hundreds, thousands of times of doing it. Doing it the same exact way every time? We strive to do it that way. Now, back on February 27, 2022, why was the STAR helicopter unit first called out? We received a report of an aggravated assault with a firearm involving a suspect on a dirt bike. What did you do after the helicopter was in the air and respond to the area? Well, we typically start looking for the suspect in the last direction that was given to us by the ground units. And in this particular case, were there discussions going on over the radio? Oh, yes, sir. And just generally speaking, can you explain how police radios work? Sure. It's like talking on your phone. The only thing is you have to push and talk, then release to receive the information over the airway. And I know you just said it's like talking like a phone, but when you call someone on the phone, there's just two people listening and speaking on that conversation typically, correct? Yes, sir. Unless you like three-way someone in. Right. With radios, though, when you speak on, they're broadcast to everyone else who's on that channel, right? Yes, sir. Whoever has that frequency can hear you speak. And in this particular situation, back on February 27, 22, all the deputies who were responding to that call were all on the same channel, correct? Yes, sir. And that's very typical? Very, very typical. At some point, did you hear a radio transmission from Deputy Kofinas? Yes, sir. And did that radio transmission indicate he had identified a suspect of an aggravated assault? Yes, sir. Did he indicate he was behind that suspect? Yes, sir. Did he indicate he had tried to pull the suspect over? Yes, sir. Did he indicate how the person responded to that? Yes, sir. And what was that? The people fled from the traffic stop. Were you able to make, I withdrawn, let me reword that. Did you locate the suspect that Deputy Kofinas had told you was a suspect of the aggravated assault? Yes, sir. The suspect that was given out was located by the air unit. At the time when you located the suspect, was Deputy Kofinas still following that suspect with those lights and sirens on? Yes, sir. So was there any doubt in your mind that that was the suspect Deputy Kofinas had identified as the suspect in the aggravated assault with a firearm? No, sir. Did you start following that suspect? Yes, sir. The airship did follow that suspect. Did the airship follow that suspect all the way to the Wawa in Orlando? Yes, sir. And were you making visual observations about the suspect throughout that time? Yes, sir. Now, does the helicopter also have cameras on board? Yes, sir, they do. Can you just briefly explain to the jury, how those cameras are operated and how they work? Sure. In the helicopter, we have a hand controller that works the camera. We have a daylight camera, a low light camera, and a thermal camera. And can you explain the difference between the different sorts of cameras? Sure. The daylight camera is like you see on the news crew helicopters. The low light is the same thing. It takes less light to capture an image. And then the thermal camera is an infrared camera where you can see at nighttime heat sources. And is the infrared camera sometimes referred to as a FLIR? Yes, sir. Flare forward-looking infrared. And if you're looking through a FLIR camera, how do things appear when you look at it through that particular camera? There's 256 different shades of gray is basically what it boils down to, and then it looks, it's like a black and white picture, or it can be a black hot or a white hot, depending on what source you're going to use, but it doesn't show color, it only shows heat sources. So it primarily is used to identify heat signatures and sources of heat? Yes, sir. Was the suspect, withdrawn, at the same time you're making observations of the suspect, was he also being recorded on video by the STAR unit? Yes, sir. And was the same suspect you were recording the same person you're making visual observations of?
Yes, sir.
Is that the same person that you've been following since it fled from Deputy Kafinas' traffic stop?
Yes, sir.
Did you make any observations about how that person was operating the motorcycle?
Yes, sir.
And what were those?
Driving very recklessly, doing wheelies, driving on the wrong side of the road, driving through sidewalks, cutting through roadways, parking lots, doing more wheelies, speeding, running red lights.
Did he ever directly look up at the helicopter?
Yes, sir.
Did it appear to you he noticed the helicopter?
Yes, sir. He indicated it.
And was the helicopter unit relaying observations through the radio to the deputies on the ground?
Yes, sir. That's our primary job.
And were the deputies on the ground also relaying information back over the same radio channels?
Yes, sir.
Do law enforcement officers share information when they're in a pursuit of a suspect?
Yes, sir.
And is that common police practice?
Yes, sir.
Is it common police practice where if one unit identifies a suspect, another unit can arrest that suspect?
Yes, sir.
Do law enforcement officers, when they're speaking over the radio, do they just talk in normal conversational words like we are, or do they use codes?
It varies. Typically, we use 10 codes to shorten our conversations over the radio.
When you say 10 codes, the example would be 10-4?
10-4 is.
This means like okay or yes? Okay. Did the helicopter continue to record video after the suspect arrived at the Wawa?
Yes, sir.
Did the camera, after you arrived at the Wawa, did at some point switch over to that infrared camera?
Yes, sir.
And did that camera capture the suspect's motorcycle?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall how the suspect's motorcycle appeared on the infrared camera?
Typically, with a dirt bike or motorcycle, the engine itself goes really, really hot because it's producing so much heat.
In this particular case, were you able to observe whether that particular motorcycle was very hot according to your observations of the infrared camera?
Yes.
And were you personally able to observe that vehicle being ridden at very high levels or extreme levels
Yes, sir.
for an extended period of time?
Yes, sir.
Would you say it was somewhere maybe between 20 or 30 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Based on the infrared camera, were the tires of the motorcycle also hot?
Yes, sir.
Would that also indicate to you that that motorcycle was driven beyond its normal limits?
Yes, sir. Typically, with tires, when they are driven at a high rate of speed, they heat up. It's just like you rub your hand on a carpet, put your hand up. Same technique.
Is the motorcyclist that was followed and video recorded by the helicopter fleeing from Deputy Kafinas' traffic stop the same motorcyclist that was video recorded driving to the Wawa?
Yes, sir.
Is that the same person that was filmed doing the wheelies and driving recklessly, as you said,
Yes, sir.
and driving fast?
Yes, sir.
Was it passing other cars on the road?
Yes, sir.
Was it even outpacing the police cruisers?
Oh, yes, sir.
Was that motorcyclist later identified to be Jean Bray Taverga?
Yes, sir.
Is there any doubt in your mind that the person the Star Unit directed Deputy Crawford to at the Wawa was the same person observed fleeing from Deputy Kafinas?
No, there's no doubt.
Is there any doubt in your mind that that was the same person, meaning the same person Star directed Deputy Crawford to at the Wawa? Any doubt whether it was the same person that Deputy Kafinas had identified as the suspect in the earlier aggravated assault?
No doubt.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? I'm now approaching you with what's been pre-marked for identification as defense E. Can you go ahead and open the envelope and take a look at what's inside? And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir. That's my initials.
Is that how you recognize it? Did you initial that?
Yes, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to view the file that is on this flash drive?
Yes, sir. I did.
And did you recognize the file that was on that flash drive?
Yes, sir. It's the same one you indicated in the question.
So was this the video from the that the Star helicopter you were in on February 27, 2022 was recording.
Yes, sir.
The same video that shows the actions of the suspect, Barreto Vallarga, all the way from when he fled from the traffic stop all the way through to when he's at the Wawa.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd now like to move into evidence what's been pre-marked as defense E as defense 1.
Any objection?
Not beyond previous objection.
Okay. At this time, what was marked for identification as defense exhibit E will be admitted as as defense exhibit 1, and you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach the clerk just to do the job first?
She just moves.
Sorry, hooked up. And sir, are you able to see the video behind you? Commissioner, approach the witness.
You may.
I'm just going to get a laser pointer out like I'm in handy just to point some things out. So at this point in the video, are you able to identify, based on your real-time observations back on February 27, 2022, whether Deputy Kofinas is in this video?
Yes, sir. It's Mark Barber there.
Are you able to identify the suspect that are identified as Jean Barreto Vallarga?
Yes, sir. It's right down the sir.
Thank you. And what does appear to you that he's doing at that time, motorcyclist?
Definitely doing a wheelie.
Do you have any experience with motorcycles at all, even general knowledge?
Yes, sir. I'm a police motorcycle instructor.
Now, I'm going to go ahead and pause the video. In order, so let me break that down a bit. So you are, say that one more time, sorry, I didn't quite hear you.
I'm a certified police motorcycle instructor.
So you have knowledge, personal knowledge about how to ride motorcycles,
Yes, sir.
how they function,
Yes, sir.
and how they operate.
Yes, sir.
When somebody riding a motorcycle is doing a wheelie, does that require them to continuously give a lot of throttle in order to maintain that upright position?
Yes, sir.
And does it essentially redline the RPMs of that engine as they're doing it?
Yes, sir. It does.
So when a motorcyclist is doing a wheelie, it is pushing that machine to the limits that that machine can handle.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And one more time, are you able to observe the suspect in this photograph?
Yes, sir.
And does he appear to be on a street at this time?
No, sir. He's on the sidewalk.
Is that legal?
No, sir. It's not.
Is that dangerous?
Yes, sir. It is.
Do pedestrians walk on sidewalks?
Yes, they do, sir.
At this time, which lane is the motorcyclist traveling in?
He's in what I call the suicide lane. It's a divider between the two moving traffics.
Is that a through traffic lane where it's legal just to drive straight through it?
No, sir. You can see the solid yellow line from the inside. Saying that you're not supposed to be in there. Passing vehicles driving on.
Now, at this point, does it appear that the suspect's gone under a tree?
Yes, sir, it did.
Is there a standard protocol that you follow whenever you temporarily lose sight of a suspect?
Yes, sir. Typically, what we do is if they go under a tree like that, we'll zoom out so we see 360 degrees to see which way he comes out from under the tree, like he did here.
At this point in the video, have you reacquired the same suspect that you were following before?
Yes, sir. The target was reacquired.
Is that based on all your visual observations of that suspect prior?
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to back it up a little. I'm stopping the picture here. Are you still able to identify the suspect?
Yes, sir.
Please point to him. And do you see a vehicle to the left?
Yes, sir.
What do you recognize that vehicle to be?
That is one of our county, Osceola County Sheriff marked units.
And it says the word sheriff right down the side.
Yes, sir.
Does it appear to you from your observations that the suspect looked directly and kept looking at that police vehicle as he was passing it?
Yes, sir.
What are you observing here?
He's doing all wheelies.
That we're requiring again to rev the RPMs all the way up?
Yes, sir. Get enough fuel to get front wheel off the ground.
And did he just perform a U-turn?
Yes, sir, he did.
Was that a legal U-turn?
Yes, sir.
Did you just observe how the motorcycle passed that dark SUV to the right?
Yes, sir, he was driving on the right side of the same lane, occupying the same lane.
Is it legal to pass on the right?
Yes, sir.
And what is he doing right here?
Performing another wheelie.
So by our count, we're up to 3 wheelies, correct?
Yes, sir. Actually, I think he made 4.
Okay. And each time, he's revving that engine all the way up.
Yes, sir.
And at this time, which lane is he traveling in?
Still in the center divider lane.
Is that legal the way he's driving that lane?
No, sir.
just observe the motorcycle make a right-hand turn?
Yes, sir.
Now, going back all the way to the left, do you see a white, maybe appears to be a van?
Yes, sir.
Does that appear to be stopped at the stop bar?
Yes, sir, it is.
Let me ask you, were you able to observe whether that light was red?
I want to believe that it was. The video may have captured the signal, but I'm not sure.
Is it legal to make a right turn on red without stopping?
As long as, once you come to a police stop, you need to direct turn around, as long as it's not indicated, you cannot.
And in that video, did the suspect make a complete stop?
No, sir. Plus, he's also passing legal on the line.
At this point in the video, do you make any observations about the way suspects riding a motorcycle?
Yes, sir. He's side saddling the bike.
Is that considered safe?
Definitely not safe.
Is it legal?
No, sir.
And at this point, what do you observe him doing?
Performing another wheelie.
So now we're up to 5 wheelies, correct? And he's doing it with only half his body on the motorcycle?
Yes, sir.
And he's still doing the wheelie?
Yes, sir.
So the entire time he's keeping that front tire up, he's revving that engine all the way to the top of the RPMs, right?
Yes, sir.
The limits of its functionality?
Yes, sir.
At this point in the video, did it appear to you that the suspect has taken notice of your presence?
Yes, sir.
How so?
He's indicating he's not happy with us being there by looking us off.
Is he looking directly at your helicopter?
Yes, sir.
And did he look back at the helicopter a couple more times before he proceeded forward?
Yes, sir.
Right here, where exactly is he driving?
We call splitting the lanes down the white line.
Is that considered legal in Florida?
No, sir, it's not.
Is it dangerous?
Yes, sir, it is.
Why is it dangerous? What can happen?
Well, from personal experience, me running code through situations like this, car door opens up and you can have an accident real quick.
At this point in the video, are there multiple vehicles stopped at the stop bar?
Yes, sir, there is.
Is that because that's a red light?
Yes, sir.
State has an objection.
Sure. gentlemen, at this time, I need to read you an instruction that I would like you to consider while you're viewing this video. Sometimes evidence may be admitted only for a limited purpose. When I instruct you that an item of evidence has been admitted only for a limited purpose, you must consider it only for that limited purpose and not for any other purpose. An item was received into evidence as Defense Exhibit 1, which is the video that we are currently viewing. This item of evidence may be considered by you only for the limited purpose of assisting you in determining the manner in which John Barreto Barrega operated his motorcycle and how that affected the temperature of the dirt bike driven by John Barreto Barrega and whether that could have caused the fire in this case. Defense Exhibit 1 may also be considered by you for the additional limited purpose of assisting you in determining whether John Barreto Barrega was aware of the presence of the helicopter. So any testimony that you have heard from this witness that is describing any issues of safety in terms of how the bike was being driven, you are to disregard at this time. Thank you. You may proceed.
I'm starting to get back up. And Deputy, I'll pause the video again. Can you point out the suspect?
Yes, sir.
Does it appear to you that he's again looking up at the helicopter?
It looks like he is, sir.
By your count, would that be the fourth time he's looked back up at the helicopter?
I believe that's correct.
And sir, are you able to identify the suspect in this still, sir?
Yes, sir. He's the one doing the...
So would that be the sixth wheeler that you observed?
Yes, sir.
I approach the same.
You may.
go ahead and reset the video for you. Based on your observations, he's still doing a wheelie?
Yes, sir.
This is for a pretty extended period of time to be doing a wheelie?
Yes, sir.
Does that put a lot of strain on the engine
Yes, sir. There's a lot of torque on that rear tire.
to make it extremely hot, the engine?
Yes, sir.
Sir, what does it appear is doing that?
Do another wheel.
Would that be the seventh wheelie?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Judge, I think I did the wrong button. I just started over and This appeared to be just maybe a few seconds before, right? Accidentally just restart the video.
Yes, sir.
Just want to make sure I got spected up some spot. And at this point, you passing other vehicles based on your training experience, what does that tell you about his speed?
It definitely go faster than what's being done, which I believe is 50 or 45 in that area. We also have a speed measuring on our camera. Look up in the upper right-hand corner here. If I keep that crosshair on the target moving at the same speed, that'll be approximate speed of what we're doing
So at this moment, he's doing 71 miles per hour.
within that range.
Thank you for pointing that out. See, I didn't know that, so that will be helpful. So at this point, does it indicate how fast he's going?
Roughly about 85.
Just for all of our sakes, if he's not directly in the crosshairs, it's not measuring his speed.
Right. The reason what happens with that, it's like your GPS in your car, which shows you your speed as you're traveling. The camera's doing the same thing across the earth where those crosshairs are. As long as I keep that crosshair at the same pace as that motorcycle, that tells me how fast we're going. If I move the camera a little faster ahead of it, it's going to show a higher speed. So you got to take that into consideration.
Sir, it went pretty quick, but did he just pop another wheelie there?
Yeah, he didn't have enough torque to bring it all the way up, but he did a little all bump.
So that would be the eighth wheelie.
Yes, sir.
And now, sometimes it seems almost like maybe the unit's struggling to keep him right in the crosshairs. Is that correct?
Well, typically what happens is, flying a helicopter, we're at a steady speed, well, the suspect slows down, we're going to pass him, well, the pilot's got to slow down. And then it's a shuffle game with the camera.
Thank you. And what does it appear he's doing there?
No, it's-
That'd be the ninth, really. Sir, if I may ask you a question. In this video, are we seeing any police cruisers chasing after the suspect?
No, sir.
And why is that? Can you explain that to the jury?
Per our policy, when there's a pursuit, when a vehicle flees, our policy is that the unit has to stop, turn 180 degrees, go the opposite direction, just so that we don't push a suspect in a dangerous situation. That's where we come in, when we're above the scene. We're not putting any public in danger with us following him. The only person in danger is the subject driving.
Does it appear that the suspect is passing other vehicles?
Yes, sir.
Does that indicate to you that he's traveling faster than them?
Yes, sir.
And at this point, you're able to tell how fast he's driving?
Approximately 76 miles an hour.
And you're able to tell approximately how fast he's driving right now?
Approximately.
And I couldn't stop it right at the right time, but did you see the speed go up to over 100 miles per hour?
I'm sure he did at some point throughout this video.
And I'll just draw your attention back up to this speed. And you're quite confident here. And then It's hard to stop it right at that moment, but when he was in the crosshairs, you see the speed bounce up to over 100.
Yeah, but like, it lets you see the fact that the camera waits and brakes.
He still appears to be driving faster than the others.
He's definitely driving faster than other cars on the road.
And are you able to see what kind of a business he just pulled into?
I want to say it's a BP gas station. Or Circle K, I think it's.
And he said got gasoline there?
Yes, sir.
Gasoline that can go on motorcycles?
Yes, sir.
Where is the motorcycle right now?
It's underneath the overhang over the pumps.
And did it appear that the suspect has now left the BP gas station?
Yes, sir. He came out this way right there. Can I explain what's happening here?
Yes, please.
Just to let you know, in the helicopter, we're banking and turning. The camera can only rotate so far, and especially if the pilot does a hard bank into the camera will what we call geo-lock, and that's why it's shaking like that. It's not the observer, it's just that the camera can't go anywhere that we want it to because of the angle of the helicopter. So,
And so then do you have to readjust both the angle of the helicopter and the angle of the camera?
right, once the pilot comes around and levels out, then the camera can move freely and then we reprogram the target.
And is that the same target that you just reacquired?
Yes, sir. And as an observer, we try to pick up identifiers on the person we're following, if it's a car or it's a person.
Objection, Your Honor, there's no question. It's narrating.
Sir, when you're trying to reacquire a target, how do you do that?
We pick up indicators on either a vehicle or a person. On this particular case, I would identify him by his red helmet and white shoes and the color of the bike. And then the writing on the back of his black shirt. That's how I identify it. If I lose sight of him under a tree or something, he comes out.
And sir, is fleeing from the police a felony in the state of Florida?
Yes, sir.
Objection. Same objection.
May we approach? Just briefly, did it switch camera modes there?
Yes, sir. That was the thermal mode of the camera mode.
And that was the infrared camera that you were telling me about earlier?
Yes, sir.
see him pop another quick wheelie?
I missed that one, sir.
And did a little bump.
Okay, so that was another little wheelie.
Yes, sir.
So that would bring us up to 9.
Yes, sir.
And just for the jury's sake, I know he says a little bump, but when he's doing that, would he still be revving up the engine as he's trying to accomplish that bump of a wheelie?
Yeah, you have to get the RPMs up on the engine to apply that, what we call positive rear torque to the rear tires, bring it front end off the ground.
And so it's still pushing the engine to high limits even when a quick little bump of a wheelie?
Yes, sir, your RPMs are going down.
And can you explain to the jury what just happened there with the camera modes?
Again, this is the clear mode, and you can tell that by the indicator right here, which is we're in manual mode of the clear mode. Right now, he's balancing the gains, the levels.
And at this point, can you point to the motorcycle?
Yes, sir. It's the very white area right there.
And are you able to see below it on the road another vehicle?
Yes, sir. That's a vehicle right there.
Okay, so why is that vehicle not bright white and the motorcycle is?
This one is being driven, but it has been driven for a very long period of time, and it has not been driven very fast to create that heat in the engine yet. So it could have just been started, or it could have been driving for a while for a low speed.
So would it be safe to say that car is not very hot at this time?
No, sir, it's definitely not.
What about the bike?
It's definitely putting on some heat.
Would you say a high amount of heat?
Yes, sir, definitely.
And where does it appear that the motorcyclist has now arrived?
It's in the parking lot of the wall.
And where is he now?
I pulled to the gas pump.
Under the overhang?
Yes, sir.
And is this the second overhang at the second gas station he's been under
Yes, sir.
since we've been watching?
Yes, sir.
And at this time, is the same motorcyclist been watching the whole time in the crosshairs at that gas pump?
Yes, sir.
And throughout all of this, is the helicopter relaying updates to all the other deputies?
Yes, sir.
Was the helicopter relaying this as his exact location of the suspect?
Yes, sir. In our helicopter, we have what we call augmented reality system, where it gives us addresses in live. Wherever that crosshair is at, it'll give us the address of that location. And we can put that over the radio to the units on the ground.
And did that happen in this particular instance?
Yes, sir.
So you called the other deputies, including David Crawford, to that specific address, with that specific motorcyclist, at that specific pump?
Objection has to ask.
What was the objection?
The objection was as to David Crawford, called David Crawford. It's the same.
Was that broadcast over the radio channel? All the deputies in this area were all tuned into?
Yes, sir.
And do you know whether Deputy David Crawford was working in that area
Yes, sir.
at that time?
Yes, sir.
And after you had in fact relayed observations about his location, Deputy Crawford actually arrived at that location?
Yes, sir.
So it's safe to assume he was listening to that.
Yes, sir.
At this time, what does it appear that the suspect is doing?
It looks like he's trying to get fuel for the motorcycle.
And did you broadcast over the same radio channel that it appeared that he was fueling up or something to that effect?
Yes, sir.
At this point, do you see the suspect you went to him?
Yes, sir. He moved up to the next pump.
And did you relay over the radio that he moved to a new pump?
Yeah, the information was relayed out to the ground units.
And did you then direct the ground units to that exact motorcyclist at that exact pump?
Yes, sir. The information was put out that he moved up.
Now, at this point, can you point to the motorcycle?
Yes, sir. It's right there.
And do you make any observations about the heat of that motorcycle?
Yeah, you can see where the engine has been at a hard RPM. The engine block is hotter. If you look right here, this car has been driven for a while. If you look at the tires, they're really hot. That means it was driven at a high rate of speed, heating up the rubber. Where this car has not been driven as long, the tires are not as hot, and the engine block is not as hot.
Based on your observations, are you able to tell whether his motorcycle, based on all the coloration, is hotter than the other vehicles?
Yes, sir.
you. Can you tell me the time you stopped that, Councilman?
Yes, 1956.
Thank you, sir.
And
You wouldn't mind leaving it up unless you're going to do something.
oh yeah, I'll leave it up. Do you
Thank
want
you so
to
much.
bring the links back up? So, Deputy, by your count, did you observe at least 9 different wheelies when you watched that video?
Yes, sir.
And did you observe that particular motorcycle to be extremely hot,
Yes, sir.
hotter than normal?
Yes, sir.
And did you observe that motorcyclist look up at the helicopter on 4 different occasions?
Yes, sir.
And did you observe him go under the overhang of a BP gas station prior to arriving at the Wawa?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may we approach the council? Now, Deputy, let's put the video out of your mind for a second. So moving on from the video, just generally speaking, is fleeing from the police a felony in the state of Florida?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are law enforcement officers in the state of Florida allowed to use force to detain a fleeing suspect?
Objection.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Good afternoon, Deputy. With all that stuff on you, it's still just deputy?
I'm sorry, say it again.
With all those medals and combinations, it's still just regular old deputy? Okay. There were some questions early on about muscle memory. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
You're certainly not suggesting that law enforcement officers shouldn't think critically about the situations they find themselves in.
No, sir.
You would agree with me, I assume, that when law enforcement encounters difficult circumstances, one of the most important things they can do is think their way through it,
Correct.
particularly when they're given enough time to do so beforehand.
If you're given enough time, yes, sir.
Right. It's not a situation where you're just constantly reacting and not thinking.
No, sir.
That would be dangerous.
That would be very dangerous.
Yes, okay. Would you also agree with me that, according to your agency's policy, the amount of force that an officer can use varies depending upon the circumstances?
Yes, sir.
In fact, would you agree that it is entirely dependent on the circumstances?
It is, sir.
And when I say the circumstances, can we agree that it's the circumstances confronting the specific deputy in that moment?
Yes, sir.
Right? What they knew and what they were observing in that moment.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can we also agree that the number one responsibility of every deputy is public safety?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that making an arrest is always subservient or less important than public safety?
As long as that arrest prevents injury to other people, yes.
Right. So in other words, if making the arrest serves public safety, they're the same thing. But if making an arrest means endangering people, that would be subservient. The arrest would be subservient to protecting the public.
Yes, sir.
All right. In fact, I think you described your agency's fleeing policy serves that very purpose, right?
Yes, sir.
The reason that we don't see any law enforcement vehicles chasing the motorcycle is because your agency decided that it's more important to protect the public than to chase a vehicle.
Yes, sir.
because chasing the vehicle creates a public safety risk.
Yes, sir.
And I think you said when the person is fleeing, the only risk is to the individual fleeing.
Yes, sir. Up until he crashes.
Right. And then it could crash into someone else.
Right.
Okay. Now, I don't feel the need to play it for you again. I feel like you remember the video. Is that fair?
Pretty much sure it is.
Can you agree with me that at the very beginning of the video, there are dozens of motorcycles on the scene?
Oh, definitely, sir.
Dozens of motorcycles, some of which have the same color.
Yes, sir.
Can you agree that at the beginning of the video, it could be difficult to determine one motorcycle from another?
Yes, sir.
Were you ever concerned, observing that the description of the suspect of the aggravated assault might be lost in the shuffle or missed?
At that particular moment, our goal was to track a clean vehicle. That's what our job was at the time.
Okay.
We were initially looking forward to aggravated assault suspect, but then our attention focused to the clean vehicle that the unit called out.
I understand. So I'm interpreting you to say, yes, that would be a concern if you could try and find a person with a firearm.
Yes,
We
sir.
have Jack, counsel testifying what his interpretations are.
Overruled. Would you agree that it would be difficult under the circumstances you first observed to identify with any kind of certainty who the suspect was of the aggravated assault?
Correct. Our job as a technical flight officer, we get the information to look for a suspect. When we find a person matching that description, my first job is to verify that that's the suspect we're looking for, and I'll have ground units verify that for me.
And to be clear, the suspect that you were following was the suspect of the flee,
Yes, sir.
not the aggravated assault.
That I can't tell you. All I know is that we were focused on the clean vehicle.
Okay.
Whether it was involved or not, I cannot testify to that.
Fair enough. So to break that down, you never personally saw the aggravated assault.
No.
You certainly never saw the individual on the bike who ends up getting fired with a firearm,
I
right?
did not see it.
You never see him in all that time discard a firearm, right?
It was not visible enough.
Right. And you would agree with me that you, based upon what you saw on this day, had no personal knowledge whatsoever that that person had a firearm.
Correct.
You were following him because he fled from law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I'd like to look at the video. Some stuff that happens after the defense stopped it. Okay, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Just to set the scene for the members of the jury. Thank you so much. There's going to come a point in this video where Deputy David Crawford comes into the scene.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell members of the jury, if you want to use a laser pointer that you have, where we should look for him when he first emerges?
When he first comes on scene, he comes from the bottom right here.
Okay. Did you see his vehicle drive up?
I did not see.
Did you see where it parked?
Not initially, no, sir.
Okay. Do you know where it ended up being?
Yes, sir. I did.
Where did it end up being?
It was parked next to the building right here.
So the way we're looking at it on the right side of the building.
Right here. If you're facing wall, I'll be on the left.
Okay, understood. So I'm going to forward the video now. I'm at 1956 on the video.
Here, may we approach?
You may.
So, sorry about that, Deputy. So, just so I'm clear, if I do it wrong, tell me. You see, yeah, I did it wrong. I've got a green one too. It's down here is where you parked?
Yes, sir. If you back the video, you can actually see it there.
Okay, yes, sir.
Just like a couple seconds. Right there.
Oh, I do see it. All right, could you circle it for us, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's go back even a little further down. From where you were, could you see the child running?
Yeah, well, you can see it on the video on here, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Do you remember seeing it in real time?
No, sir, I do not.
All right. Can you see Deputy Crawford now?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. So can we agree he's coming from around the right side of the building, right?
Correct.
So as he's looking forward, would you agree that he has an entire view of all of the gas stations?
Pretty much, yes, sir.
And this is, would you agree, seconds after the child just ran from that area of the gas station towards the front of the wall?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to play it all the way through. I'll let you focus on Deputy Crawford for me, if you don't mind. You see him?
Yes, sir, correct.
Does he appear to be in a hurry to you?
He's walking normally.
Right. And as he's walking, would you agree that he still has a view of the entire gas station?
Well, from his point on forward, yes. I mean, we may not be able to see back behind him.
Would you agree that this family in the back of this SUV is right within his
That's objection.
vision?
Speculation as to what he could have seen.
Sustained.
I'm not asking you what he saw. Would it be in his field of vision?
It should be a
Objection, same subjection, Judge.
Sustained.
Do you know how long Deputy Crawford had from when he started walking around the side of the building until he got to the pump to observe everything?
I wouldn't know exactly the time. I mean, you'd have to play the video and track the time difference.
It certainly wasn't a second or two, right?
No, sir.
Would you agree with me that it was plenty of time for him to evaluate the situation?
It could be time, yes, sir.
There was time. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't have any other questions for the video, Your Honor, if you want to put it. Thank you so much. I have a couple more, okay? So, I think I heard you say that everybody involved in law enforcement with this incident was on the same frequency. Is that right?
They should have been, yes, sir.
Right. So, all the information was being shared to everyone at the same time.
Anybody that was on that frequency would have heard the transmissions.
Right. And that's so that all law enforcement can be informed about what's happening in the moment,
Yes, sir.
so they can prepare themselves.
Yes, sir.
Did I hear you say earlier that there was no doubt that this was the suspect of the aggravated assault with a firearm?
If I said that, I was indicating that there's a vehicle that we saw fleeing the vehicle from the traffic stop.
Okay.
I have no doubt about that.
All right. So I'm going to phrase it differently, and if I say it wrong, you tell me. You do have a doubt about whether or not this motorcycle was the suspect of the aggravated assault,
I cannot 100% prove that it was.
right? You don't know that it was.
No, sir.
Can we agree that law enforcement's reaction to a suspect is very different if they're believed to be armed than if they are not armed?
I'm sorry, I said that.
Would you agree that law enforcement reaction to a suspect will be very different if they're armed as opposed to unarmed?
I can't say for other deputies, but for myself, I consider everybody armed until I prove that they're not.
But if you're told specifically that a suspect is armed, you would approach them differently than if they were not.
Yes, sir. If information is given that it could be possibly harmless, my approach would be more tactical.
Given the different approach, would you agree that it is important that law enforcement get that information right?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember listening to the radio traffic in this case, Deputy?
Yes, sir.
Right. Do you remember somebody asking over the radio if this was the suspect of the aggravated assault?
I believe that was on the video, yes, sir.
And do you remember the response to that?
Yes, sir.
The response was, no, it's not.
Objection, counsel testifying.
I'll ask it a different way. Isn't it true that the response on the radio was, no, this was not the aggravated assault suspect?
That was put over the radio, sir.
Right. The same radio that it went out to everybody else who was listening in this case,
Yes, sir.
prior to Deputy Crawford going to the gas station.
Yes, sir.
Anybody listening to that should have known that the suspect was not the aggravated assault suspect, right?
If they picked up that information, yes, sir.
One last thing. When you were observing the suspect of the fleeing at the gas station, were you describing his motions out over the radio?
Typically what we try to do is we provide the ground units the direction the vehicle's traveling, the manner that it's traveling, and the reckless or what they're doing with other traffic in the area, just for the supervisor to maintain control of the situation.
That's a poor question on my part. When the motorcycle got to the gas station, were you describing what it was doing so the other units could be aware?
Yes, sir. We try to give them a play-by-play.
Right. And do you remember what you said moments before Deputy Crawford contacted the suspect about what the suspect was doing?
I'm going to have to have you rephrase that question because I was not talking on the radio.
Do you remember hearing on the radio someone saying, he's getting fuel, pump number 4?
Yes, sir.
I don't have any other questions.
Redirect, Mr. Barber.
Now, the state just asked you if at some point someone asked over the radio if it was the suspect of aggravated assault, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that somebody had responded that they weren't sure, correct? Do you also remember that right after that, they said, he matches the, we are not sure, ... He matches the description, blue dirt bike covered up. I do have charges for fleeing now.
Yes, sir.
So based on that, did you take that as an indication they didn't know 100% for sure he committed aggravated assault?
He just matched the description of the suspect
Right.
involved.
Now, when somebody matches the description of a suspect, commits an aggravated assault with a firearm, is that reasonable suspicion to stop that person to investigate that crime?
Yes, sir.
Police officers don't need to know 100% somebody already committed a crime before they stop them to investigate that crime, do they?
Yes, sir.
Would you ever be able to investigate any crime, ever, if you had to know 100% for sure if they committed it before you started your investigation? Prior to that radio transmission we just discussed, did Deputy Kafinas transmit over the radio that he was behind the suspect of the 53 ag?
That's what he indicated with the radios.
And can you explain to the jury what the code 53 ag means?
It's an aggravated assault with a firearm or weapon.
So based on that, Deputy Kafinas had clearly communicated that this was a suspect of aggravated assault, correct?
Yes, sir.
And all the radio transmissions that the state just talked about, they don't negate the fact, do they, that Deputy Kafinas identified this as a suspect of aggravated assault?
Objection. Conclusion negated.
Sustained.
Phrase it. In your mind, after you heard what we aren't sure if he matches the description, the blue dirt bike covered up, I do have charges for fleeing for now. When you heard that, in your mind, did that make you believe, oh, okay, well, he's not a suspect in aggravated assault anymore?
Yes, sir.
So at that point, you still believe he's a suspect in aggravated assault.
He was a possible suspect.
And you guys were trying to apprehend that suspect, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when I say you guys, I mean Osceola County Sheriff's Office.
Yes, sir.
And Deputy Crawford was one of those deputies working that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
He responded to apprehend him.
Yes, sir.
So when you said you couldn't say 100% for sure if this person committed aggravated assault, is that, oh, never mind, I think I covered that. Does the fact that you couldn't say 100% for sure that he's a suspect in aggravated assault make you believe that he does not pose a danger?
Say that again?
Yes, sorry, maybe I could word that a little better. All right. So if you can't say for sure, 100%, he committed aggravated assault, right? Based on that, would you still believe, he hasn't risen to 100% yet, but would you still have a concern that this person is dangerous based on the reports that you heard over the radio?
Possibly dangerous, yes, sir.
And as a trained law enforcement officer, do you receive training in how to respond to potentially dangerous individuals?
Yes, sir.
Potentially dangerous individuals who are accused of aggravated assault?
Yes, sir.
And you match the description?
Yes, sir.
How are you trained to respond to people like that?
You try to, first off, give them in a location that would benefit the apprehension, and then you would move up tactically. Try not to give your hand as to your presence to the suspect, so you have the upper hand on the apprehension, and then you go hand-on and take him to custody.
Is that what you observed Deputy Crawford do from your vantage point in the helicopter?
Yes, sir.
Now, the state was talking about what Deputy Crawford could or could not see. As a law enforcement officer, have you been in tense, fast-paced situations?
Oh, yes, sir.
Have you been in situations where your adrenaline's pumping?
Yes, sir.
Situations like that? Have you ever gotten tunnel vision?
Yes, sir.
Is that something that's common that many humans experience?
It's very common. It's something that is hard to overcome. It's just a natural reaction.
And does that limit somebody's field of view?
View and hearing.
Mention qualifications to answer these questions.
Sustained.
Now, when the state crossed you, you had stated that it did appear that maybe Deputy Crawford had time to, when he was going around the building, to assess the situation, correct?
Yes, sir.
After he came around the building, did he go and stage himself behind a pillar?
Yes, sir.
And did he wait behind that pillar until other units arrived?
Yes, sir.
So it appeared to you that he did assess the situation.
It appeared to be, sir.
Now, the state asked you whether you would ever visually observe the suspect discard a firearm, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there times where that suspect drove under things that blocked your view?
Yes, sir.
It's maybe overhangs at gas stations.
Overhangs, trees, yes, sir.
And there were times where you explained how the camera kind of maxes out and you have to reposition, where you lost sight of him,
Yes,
correct?
sir. A few seconds, yes, sir.
Were any of those periods of time where you lost direct sight of him long enough for somebody to just discard an item?
Yes, sir.
When officers are making their decisions in the field, do they have to make their decisions based on the information known to them at that time?
Yes, sir.
You testified about critically thinking through situations and why that's important if there's time for it to be done, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you agree that in fast-moving situations, there's not always time for that?
Not always, no, sir.
And would it also depend upon the threat level of the suspect?
Yes, sir.
And in this case, based on the reports you heard over the radio, did you reasonably believe that this suspect posed a danger to other people in the community?
Yes, sir.
People on the roadways?
Yes, sir.
People at the Wawa?
Yes, sir.
Law enforcement officers?
Yes, sir.
Now, the helicopter unit, based on their observations and a report from Deputy Kafinas, directed the deputies, including Deputy Crawford, to that specific suspect at that specific gas pump, correct?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Thank you, Deputy. You may step up. Please, Mr. Barber.
So just, yes, he's
Do
excused.
you need him for anything, Mr. Williams?
We do not.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, would you like to take a brief break? Okay, we're going to be in recess for the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Jury's exiting.
Judge, I would next call Deputy Christopher Kofinas.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
The chair doesn't move, just the mic does.
May it please the court. Judge. Good afternoon, Deputy. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Name's Detective Christopher Williams,
And where are you currently employed?
the Osceola County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed there?
Since April 2016.
And what is your current duty there?
Currently, I work for the homicide unit, the Sheriff's Office.
And in what capacity were you working back on February 27th of 2022?
I was on patrol.
And prior to working at the Osceola County Sheriff's Office, did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I was a military policeman for the Army for about 8 years.
I'm sorry, you say 8 years?
Yes.
And when you say a military policeman for the Army, is that also considered law enforcement as far as experience goes?
Yes.
And what sort of training did you go through to become a police officer?
I did the academy, also different advanced special courses.
And did you go through any training to become a military police officer?
Yes, boot camp.
Do you ever receive any training specifically regarding tasers?
Yes.
And can you go through that training for the jury?
I took a Taser course, also we introduced the Taser 7, we took another course for that within the agency.
And that last course you mentioned, did you take that in January 2022?
Yes.
That was the month before the incident at the Walla on February 22.
Yes, sir.
Did you receive any taser training in the military?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any advanced training on tasers? Were you an instructor or anything like that?
Yes, I was in Texas, I was a Taser instructor.
And what do you have to go through to become a taser instructor?
I had to take well, back then it was through Taser, but an instructor course. It was just like a 2-day course.
And the manufacturer of the tasers, they create the curriculum for those courses?
Yes.
And do they also create the curriculum for the course you took in January of 22?
I believe that was Axon, but yes, it was just a different.
Right. And as far as you know, is Axon the manufacturer of the Taser 7?
Yes.
And just at some point they changed the name of the company from Taser to Axon?
Yes.
So was it the same company putting on the training for for you to become an instructor as the same company put on the training back in January 22.
Yes.
As a Taser instructor, do you receive more training on Tasers than an average law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And do you also receive firearms training?
Yes.
You receive training on tactics,
Yes.
including takedown tactics?
Yes.
And on the Taser training you took in January 22, is that specifically related to the Taser 7?
Yes.
And were you carrying a Taser 7 during the incident at the Wawa back on February 27, 2022?
Yes, sir.
As part of your training as a law enforcement officer, do you receive training on de-escalation techniques
Yes.
and techniques to gain compliance from resisting suspects?
Yes.
As part of your law enforcement officer training, are you taught specifically that threatening use of force is a valid de-escalation technique?
Yes.
Are you taught as a valid technique to gain compliance from a resisting suspect?
Yes.
And you were taught that through your training, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is that the training both in the academy and what's put on through Axon?
Yes.
And as Osceola County Sheriff's detective, you're familiar with Osceola County Sheriff's Office policies?
Yes, sir.
And you're familiar with their policies regarding use of force and tasers? And is threatening the use of a taser according to Osceola County Sheriff's Office policies, is threatening the use of a taser a valid means of gaining compliance from a resisting suspect?
Yes, sir.
Is it also a valid means of de-escalation according to those same policies?
Yes.
Is it also a valid means of gaining compliance according to the Axon materials?
Yes.
And according to Osceola County Sheriff's Office policies, does that include up to even arcing the taser as a show of force to gain compliance?
Yes.
And generally speaking, is using your words less force than actually arcing a taser at somebody?
Yes.
During all your law enforcement officer training, have you heard the phrase muscle memory?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's when you do something a multitude of times where it basically becomes instinct, like a muscle.
And why is that important for law enforcement officers?
It just gets you to be able to react in time, for situations that need, an instant decision to be made.
As law enforcement officers, you sometimes find yourself in situations where you have to act instantly.
Yes, sir.
And in those situations, are you taught to rely on your training
Yes.
and your muscle memory?
Yes.
Is that because there's not always time to think?
Yes, sir.
As part of developing muscle memory, do you practice drawing your weapon the same way over and over?
Yes.
Many, many times?
Yes.
That's how you develop muscle memory?
Yes.
Did you receive any training as a law enforcement officer on apprehending suspects who have fled from the police?
Yes.
And what does that training tell you?
We have different kinds of training, pursuit, foot pursuits, just the takedowns, anything to get the suspect in compliance as quickly as possible, safely.
Does the fact that the suspect has fled from a deputy's attempted traffic stop, does that create any beliefs in your mind about the risk posed by that suspect?
Yes.
Objection to his beliefs and elements.
Based on your training as a law enforcement officer, do you receive any training about what you should assume about a suspect who has fled from a traffic stop?
Yes.
And what is that?
The risk, everything is heightened to the point where when someone flees in a traffic stop, anything can happen. So we're trained on how to deal with that fleeing suspect, or what to do and what not to do.
Are you if somebody flees from the police and then you later come into contact with them as a law enforcement officer, is it your job to arrest that person?
Yes.
And when, as law enforcement officer, based on all your training experience, is it typical for officers to grab those suspects and bring them to the ground?
Yes.
And is that to gain control over that suspect
Yes.
in order to get them in handcuffs?
Yes.
Now, did you receive any training as a law enforcement officer about how you should respond to suspects who have been accused or that have been reported to have been accused of pulling firearms on civilians?
Yes.
What does your training tell you about what you should assume about such a suspect?
That they're armed?
And dangerous?
Yes.
Have you ever had to use your taser prior to February 27, 2022? Had you ever had to use your taser in the field before?
Yes.
Do you know approximately how many times?
I don't know.
When you use your taser, is it in response to criminal suspects actively resisting?
Yes.
If suspects aren't resisting or fleeing from the police, do you typically use a taser on them?
Say it was on.
Yeah, if a suspect is not resisting or fleeing from police, do you typically use a taser on them?
Yes. Correct.
Oh, sorry. I mean-
Or we don't use it.
Okay, that's what yeah, I thought maybe Mr. All right. Did you first become involved in this case when you were dispatched to the area of Michigan Avenue and Donegan Avenue in reference to an aggravated assault?
Yes.
Were you given a description of a suspect who pulled a gun on motorists?
Yes.
And in your mind as a law enforcement officer, is that the crime of aggravated assault?
Say it one time. Sorry.
Pulling a gun on motorists, based on your training experience as a law enforcement officer, is that the crime of aggravated assault?
Yes.
When you were in the area, were you listening to the police radio?
Yes.
And were various other deputies speaking over the radio?
Yes.
And were you transmitting over the radio?
Yes.
And was a helicopter star unit transmitting over the radio?
Yes.
And were you listening to updates from the star helicopter unit about updates about the suspect?
Yes.
At some point, did you locate a suspect that you believed matched the description of the person who committed the aggravated assault and firearm?
Yes.
And did you relay that information over the police radio?
I did.
And when I say police radio, I apologize, I mean the sheriff's office radio.
I stand by.
Okay. And when you did that, did you use normal words like we're using, or did you speak in law enforcement codes?
Yes, and codes.
And what is the code for the Elsa County Sheriff's Office for aggravated assault?
53.
And if you said 53 ag, what would that mean?
Aggravated assault.
And is 53 ag, in fact, what you had said over the radio? You located the suspect of the 53 ag.
I believe so.
And so anyone who's trained in Osceola County Sheriff's Office codes would know that to mean aggravated assault.
Yes.
Did you attempt to effectuate a traffic stop on that suspect that you believe matched the description of the aggravated assault?
Yes.
And what happened when you tried to make that traffic stop?
The motorist did not stop. They fled my traffic stop.
When he fled, did he drive off normally, or is there anything unusual about the way he's driving?
From what I remember, they drove recklessly. Or he drove recklessly. A couple of wheelies and such, just not complying with the traffic stop.
And after he fled, what did you do?
I discontinued my lights and sirens for safety reasons. People off the street, I stopped, I think, in the street, just waited for everything to dispense.
Is that the sheriff's office policy?
Yes.
And did you receive any information over the radio from the helicopter unit about whether they had located the suspect?
Yes.
And did they indicate to you that they had in fact located the same suspect that they saw fleeing from you?
Yes, they did.
And all the Osceola County deputies who were in that area would have all been on the same radio channel, correct?
Yes.
Listening to the same radio communications,
Yes.
including Deputy Crawford.
Yes.
Generally speaking, with radios, if one of you transmits, all the deputies in the area will hear it, correct?
Yes.
Based upon the actions of that suspect fleeing for you, did that create any concern for the safety of the civilians in the area in your mind?
Yes.
And why?
Just for the beginning of the call of that description of a motorist with a handgun pointing at civilians to him fleeing, everything came to mind, especially with the bystanders from there to wherever he was going.
Does your training teach you how you should think about such a suspect
Yes.
and how you should approach that such a suspect?
Yes.
And what does your training tell you?
To treat him like he's armed, treat him like he's dangerous, have U-Haul units to go out there after happening for danger to the public.
Now, when you attempted a traffic stop on that suspect, he was later identified as Berto Bayerga. At that time, did you know 100% for sure that he had committed aggravated assault?
I did not. I was not.
Did you believe you had reasonable suspicion to stop and detain him to investigate the aggravated assault?
Yes, sir.
And is that the standard you need as a law enforcement officer to stop and detain someone?
Yes.
And is that what you were trying to do when you fled from your stop?
Yes.
In law enforcement, do you have to know 100% for sure somebody committed a crime before you investigate them for that crime?
No.
Would you ever be able to investigate any crime if that was the standard?
No.
Would you ever be able to stop any motorist if that was the standard?
No.
When you attempted to stop the suspect, Berto Bayerga, did you have your lights and sirens on?
Yes.
And do you turn those on to indicate to motorists that you are pulling them over?
Yes.
And you were driving a fully marked sheriff's office vehicle?
Yes.
And of course there's lights on tops?
Yes.
And does it say sheriff really big across the side?
It does.
And have other insignia marking it clearly as a law enforcement vehicle?
Yes.
After he fled from your vehicle, did you continue to receive updates from the helicopter unit?
Yes, it
Those
does.
updates include periodic updates about his location
Yes.
and his direction of travel.
Yes.
And did those updates inform you where you were going to drive your vehicle?
Yes.
Did it inform you how you were going to approach this subject?
Yes.
Did the helicopter eventually broadcast over the radio that they followed the suspect to the Wawa gas station located at 3951 Central Florida Parkway in Orlando?
Yes.
And did they indicate that he stopped there?
Yes.
Did you respond to that location?
I did.
In responding there, did you cross from Osceola to Orange County?
Yes.
And is that lawful?
Yes, and fresh pursuit.
When you first located the suspect who matched the description of the motorcyclist who pointed the guns at motorists, you later found out was Berto Bayerga, was that at Donegan Avenue and Michigan Avenue?
Yes.
May I approach the overhead? Okay, I was gonna say, I thought this was automatic. Let me just get this mark or something. Permission to approach the witness? Detective, I'm now approaching with what's been pre-marked for identification as defense F. Just generally, what do you recognize that to be?
Map of Osceola County.
And you work as a law enforcement officer in Osceola County?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the area, generally speaking?
Yes.
Are you able to locate on that map where Donegan Avenue and Michigan Avenue is?
I am.
Could you mark that by putting a big triangle around that area?
Triangle?
Yeah, I'm going to use 2 different shapes. And are you able to locate on that map where Old Dixie Highway and North Orange Blossom Trail is?
Yes.
Can you mark that with a big square?
Osceola, Old Dixie and which one?
North Orange Blossom Trail. Thank you. You're on permission retreat.
Yeah.
Now, Detective, I believe you stated you would locate the suspect at Donegan Avenue and Michigan Avenue, correct?
Yes.
And then, did you first see his motorcycle at Old Dixie Highway and North Orange Blossom Trail? Approximately.
Old Dixie and Orange Blossom Trail?
Or North Orange Blossom Trail, I think.
It would have been in the area coming from Donegan and Orange Blossom
But
Trail.
it's maybe not the exact intersection, but that was what was relayed as the area, correct?
Yeah, so Old Dixie, Orange Blossom Trail, and Donegan, they all meet this area.
And so, just to be clear for the jury, the triangle marks the area where you located the suspect of the aggravated assault and identified him as such, correct?
Yes.
And the square is the general area where it was reported that the aggravated assault happened, correct? How long would it take you by vehicle, whether it's a motorcycle or a car, to get from where it was reported where the aggravated assault happened to where you located the suspect?
Seconds.
Do you know approximately how much time it elapsed between the report coming in of the aggravated assault and you locating the suspect?
I don't know.
Would you agree that there was enough time for the suspect to get from the one location to the other?
Yes.
Is the fact that the suspect was found so close to the scene of where the crime was reported have any effect on you as a law enforcement officer in making your determination about whether or not there's reasonable suspicion that that person committed the crime?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
May we approach, Judge? When you first arrived at the Wawa gas station that we've previously been discussing, did you exit your vehicle and make contact with the suspect?
I did.
That person, someone that was later identified as Mr. Berito Vallarta.
Yes.
After you exited your vehicle, did you go to assist Deputy Crawford in arresting the suspect?
Yes.
When you made contact with the suspect, was he in a struggle against Deputy Crawford?
Yes.
Was he complying with Deputy Crawford's commands?
No.
Where were his hands?
Underneath them.
As a law enforcement officer, based on your training experience, does that cause you any concern?
It does, yes.
Did it at the time?
Yes, sir.
And what concern did it cause you at the time?
Well, at the time, we had reason to believe that he possibly had a firearm. Most suspects have that in their waistband. We were trying to get his hands out of that.
Did the fact that he fled from your stop have any effect on your mindset either?
Yes.
And what effect did that have?
That he was not going to reply. He was going to
Was he actively resisting, that suspect that is, Deputy Crawford and all the other deputies throughout the entire incident up until when the fire was ignited?
Yes.
And he never complied with orders to give up his hands?
No.
Did he struggle to keep his hands under his body?
Yes.
At one point, were you pulling on one of his arms?
I was, yes.
As you pulled his arm out, what was he doing in response?
Trying to pull it back.
Why were you all trying to get his hands out from underneath them?
We were trying to get him in handcuffs as
Were you-
soon as possible.
Were you ever able to do that while you're struggling with him on the ground?
No.
Were you assisting Deputy Crawford in a lawful arrest?
Yes.
For what crimes?
Fleeing, eluding, reckless driving.
Did you also believe you had reasonable suspicion, at least, that he was the suspect in the aggravated assault?
Yes.
And when you have reasonable suspicion somebody committed a crime, are you allowed to detain that person in handcuffs?
Yes.
Is that for the purpose of questioning them and investigating the crime?
Yes.
Did you deploy your agency-issued Taser 7 against the suspect?
Yes.
When did you do that?
Shortly after I made contact with the deputy and the suspect.
Did you deploy it toward his upper torso?
Yes.
Did that result in the suspect ceasing his resistance and complying with your efforts to detain him?
It did not. No.
I think I should reword that. Did it result in him ceasing his resistance and compliance of Deputy Crawford's efforts to detain him?
No.
Because at that time, you hadn't gone hands-on yet, right?
Right.
After you deployed your taser on him, did he comply and stop resisting?
He did not.
Did he continue resisting?
Yes.
Did he continue to have his hands in his waistband?
Yes.
At that time, had anyone been able to confirm whether that he did not have a firearm?
No.
Based on your training, based on all the information you had at the time, were you taught to make any assumptions about whether or not he had a firearm?
No.
During your training as a law enforcement officer, do you receive any training about how to interact with people who you receive reports have committed aggravated assaults?
Yes.
Are you trained to presume that they are armed?
Should ask and answer.
As a law enforcement officer, do you receive training on where suspects commonly carry firearms?
Yes.
Are you trained they commonly carried in waistbands?
Yes.
Did this suspect having his hand in the area of his waistband cause you concern for your safety?
Yes, it did.
Did it cause you concern for the safety of others in the area?
Yes.
Did that include the other law enforcement officers?
Yes.
Did that include the civilians?
Yes.
Why?
Because anything can happen with a firearm.
After you deployed your taser the first time, what did you do after that?
I initially did a drive stun, and then shortly after went hands-on.
And can you explain to the jury exactly how you did that process of that drive stun?
After deploying the cartridge of the taser to his upper torso, I came in with was a drive stun to complete the circuit. To try to gain compliance, to mobilize.
Were you successful? Did that in fact gain compliance?
No.
Did he continue, when I say he, the suspect, continue resisting?
Yes.
Did he continue keeping his hands in his waistline area?
Yes.
Did he continue resisting efforts to put him in handcuffs?
Yes.
Now, after you deployed your taser the second time, did your taser end up on the ground?
Yes.
Did it end up on the ground next to the suspect?
A little bit away from it. But I don't know the distance.
Was it within reach of the suspect?
It could have been, yeah.
Now, if there was video evidence showing that it was right next to the suspect's arms, do you believe that would be more accurate than your memory?
If it was right next to his arms.
Yes, right next to his arm.
I don't know.
Okay, I understand you don't remember. How long ago was this? Would you agree we're going on 3 years from this incident?
Yeah.
Okay. So if the jury had seen that video evidence that the taser was right next to his right arm, do you believe that'd be more reliable than your recollection 3 years later?
Chair shouldn't comment on evidence.
Assistant.
When the taser ended up on the ground, did you intentionally place it there, or did you just lose control of it during the struggle?
I intentionally placed it.
As a law enforcement officer, do you receive training about the importance of maintaining control of your weapons during struggles with suspects?
Yes.
Does that training tell you you're supposed to maintain control of your weapon during a struggle with a suspect
Yes.
and not allow a suspect to be able to gain control of that weapon?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because it becomes a danger to yourself and everyone else.
Now, at the point you put down your taser, were there multiple other deputies assisting?
Yes.
Based on the testimony you had just given about the training you were received, would you agree that placing your taser down when you did was against your training?
Yes.
Based on the training you received, specifically about tasers, do you receive training about the dangers of deploying tasers around gas pumps?
Yes.
Do you admit that you deployed your taser twice at that gas pump against this suspect?
Yes.
And did that go against your training?
It did, yes.
Now, in the situation you found yourself in, how would you describe it when everyone's hands-on with this suspect?
Chaotic.
Do you agree that the entire struggle with this suspect lasted just a matter of seconds?
Yes.
Would you agree it was very fast-moving?
Yes.
Do you agree it didn't give everyone a lot of time to critically think? In situations like that, are law enforcement officers taught to rely on their training?
Yes.
Are they taught to rely on their muscle memory?
Yes.
Did Mr. Reto Bayerga ever stop resisting efforts to arrest him prior to the fire igniting?
No.
After the fire started, did you observe what was happening with Deputy Crawford?
Yes.
And what was that?
After the fire started,
Yes.
yeah, he was screaming for help.
Was he on fire?
Yes.
Was he engulfed in flames?
Yes.
How was he reacting to being on fire? Did he? So he wasn't cool, calm, and collected?
No, he wasn't.
Did he have a taser in his hand?
I don't believe so.
At the time the fire erupted, were you able to see where the taser was?
No.
When Deputy Crawford was on fire, did you assist him?
I did, yes.
Did you tell him to stop, drop, and roll?
Yes.
Attempt to help out the flames?
Yes.
At that point, did he appear to be in distress?
Yes.
Did he appear to be concerned about anything else?
Relevance.
Sustained.
Here, may we approach?
Sure.
So going back, so when Deputy Crawford was on fire, Did it appear he was occupied with anything else other than the fire?
No.
Did you hear anything like a taser cycling immediately prior to the fire starting?
No.
Did you first take notice of the gasoline when Deputy Crawford had called out the warning about it?
I mean, I heard it. I didn't see it.
Was it only maybe mere seconds between you observing the gasoline and seeing the fire starting?
Yes.
Did you ever observe Deputy Crawford deploy a taser?
I did not know.
After the fire was extinguished, you located your taser, right?
I can't remember if I did or not.
Do you remember whether you collected your taser at the scene?
I did not. I think I believe that a forensic sort of came out and collected it.
Gunner, may we approach? And Detective Kafinas, would it potentially help refresh your memory as to the issue of whether or not you collected your taser if you were able to view your body camera footage from the Wawa gas station on February 27, 2022?
Would it help, really?
Would it help refresh your memory as to whether you may have collected your own taser?
Yes.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you retire to the jury room for a few moments, and I'll bring you back in just a second.
Jury is exited.
I think the use of evidence is shorter. I'm not sure if you want that. Okay, perfect. Yeah, it's just kind of after the fire. So, well, I mean, I can just go up there and show them how to do it on the big screen.
No, show them this one, because that way you can authenticate what we use.
Christian approach?
Yeah.
Is that the same video on USB?
Yeah. It's the one we'll announce on the exact time. So, it's like, it's kind of like the fires, it's pretty low. He walks over, and he walks back.
Yes.
that's not the right way to go. Yeah, that's the provided leaves, for sure. Yeah, that's my error.
So is this something I can?
No,
Yeah,
yeah,
sorry.
sorry. Can you just object that?
Yeah.
So that I make sure.
Oh, right, yes.
Because I have a file with
That's perfect.
my desktop.
But we can use your, that's easier.
So that's why. Yeah, I copied it to the wrong. I'll take it. I had the wrong file.
Oh, okay, yeah, totally.
But I dragged over.
Every single thing I need. Second floor, Chris. Have question.
They quit.
Question.
Okay. Deputy Defendant, you could do me a favor and just make sure you speak up and speak very clearly in terms of the person hearing you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Will you file that for me, please?
I don't know the exact time, so we're just gonna go watch a little bit and join it.
It's refined too.
Perfect, okay. And
Okay. I guess there's the bit since and later they collect my taser. Correct. That's all right.
So, Mr. Barber, to be clear, what was it that you showed him in order to refresh his recollection?
yes, so for the record, Deputy Confinas, do you recognize this to be a segment of your body camera video from February 27, 2022?
Yes.
And after watching this, has that helped refresh your memory as to whether or not you had collected your taser from the ground at Wawa on that day?
Yes.
After the fire was extinguished?
Yes.
Can you go ahead and bring the jury back in, please? Thank you.
You just need the USB.
Yeah. That's what
No,
Oh,
just
just
USB,
USB. I
just so
gotcha.
you can say it's the same one as last time.
Correct.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge, I should ask permission, my
You're
apologies.
fine.
Jury centering.
That's what goes up to Penis, so you can speak up to make sure y'all can hear. If in the future that happens, if you could just please raise your hand and let me know that you're clear, we'll be able to help you out. You may proceed, Mr. Barber.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Kafinas, as the jury was out, did you have a chance to review a portion of your body camera video from February 27th, 2022?
Yes.
And was it a portion of the video after the flames had been extinguished?
Yes.
And did viewing that video help refresh your memory as to whether or not you had collected your own taser from the ground at the Wawa after the fire?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you in fact collect your own taser and pick it up at the Wawa after the fire?
Yes, I did.
Now, on that day, were you working as a crime scene technician?
I was not.
Was a crime scene technician later called to the scene?
I believe so.
And did that crime scene technician place evidence markers next to where all the evidence was?
I believe so.
And was that crime scene technician able to place an evidence marker where your taser had ended up on the ground?
I'm not sure.
Based on all your training experience as a law enforcement officer, do weapons like tasers or firearms sometimes get accidentally discharged during physical struggles with suspects?
Yes.
With a taser, how does it operate? You just push a button and it discharges?
I mean, it works similar to like what a firearm would.
Does the Taser 7 have a fully mechanical trigger like a Glock firearm, or is it more of an electronic button?
But a trigger.
Is it a mechanical trigger, or does it send an electrical signal when it's depressed?
Electric signal.
So that was what I was asking. I just want to clear that up. So it's not a mechanical trigger like a gun then?
No.
Based on your observations, did any other deputies besides you draw any tasers while trying to apprehend the suspect at the Wawa?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
Are tasers considered weapons?
Yes.
Are they designed to incapacitate people?
Yes.
Did you intentionally deploy your taser at the Wawa on February 27th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
If two people are touching each other and one of them is hit with a taser, will that electrical current flow into the other person?
Objection beyond the scope of this, any expertise has been established.
Stay.
Okay. You testified earlier you were a taser instructor, correct?
In Texas, yes.
And you received additional training over that which a regular officer would receive as far as how tasers function, correct?
Yes.
And how they operate.
Yes.
Did you ever receive anywhere in your training any information about whether if two people are touching and one of them is hit with a taser, that electrical current will transfer to the other person?
Say that one more time, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry, maybe that's a little wordy. In your training, did you ever receive any instruction about how the electrical flow from the taser can move from one person to another if they're touching?
No.
As a detective with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office, are you familiar with the policies of that office?
Yes.
And as a taser instructor, you're familiar with the training materials put out by the manufacturer of the taser?
Yes.
Based on Osceola County Sheriff's Office policies, is it an acceptable technique to gain compliance from a resisting suspect to verbally threaten the use of a taser?
Yes.
according to the Axon Taser training materials, is threatening the use of a taser a valid technique to gain compliance from a resisting suspect?
Yes.
Have you threatened the use of force, specifically a taser, to gain compliance from resisting suspects?
Yes, I have.
Is that something that's very common for law enforcement officers to do?
Yes.
Is it always followed up by an officer actually using the force?
No.
Is that because it's essentially a bluff to gain compliance?
Yes.
And that is something you're trained to do.
Yes.
Now, did you ever give an interview to an Osceola County Sheriff's detective regarding this case?
I did, yes.
Right. Was that back on May 3rd of 2022?
I believe so.
Did that detective tell you that everything you said?
Question.
Back during your interview with that detective in May of 22, did she tell you at the beginning of the interview that everything you said would be turned over to internal affairs?
I believe so.
And for the jury, can you explain what internal affairs is as it relates to law enforcement agencies?
It's investigation and the wrongdoing that I may have done, basically.
And were you in fact subjected to an internal affairs investigation regarding your involvement at the Walla gas station?
Yes, yes, sir.
And was it specifically regarding your use of the taser at the gas pumps?
Yes.
And were you found to have violated department policy?
Objection to relevance is
Sustained.
someone in there.
I'm just going to remind you to speak up.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Detective David Crawford is your friend, isn't he?
Yes, yes.
In fact, when you arrived yesterday, and then on every break, you were speaking with his wife and family outside. I'm not saying there's anything appropriate with it. I'm just asking.
Object, he's not letting the witness answer.
Just remind counsel to allow the witness to answer before starting next questions.
Reminder heard, yes, Your Honor.
When I've seen him, I've spoken to him, yes.
Because you're not just friends with him, you're friends with the family.
I know the family. I would say I'm more friends with Crawford, but yes.
How long have you guys been friends?
I don't know. I don't know how long it's been.
A while?
For a while, yes.
Did you meet him in law enforcement?
I did, yes.
Do you remember meeting with me in my office as we prepared for potential testimony in this case?
Yes.
Would you agree that you expressed dissatisfaction with the fact that he was being prosecuted?
Yeah, I do, yes.
You don't think it's fair?
I do not.
Now, you're aware that the Osceola County Sheriff's Office has a policy about the use of tasers in and around flammable substances. You aware of that?
Yes.
Would you agree that it's very clear that you cannot use a taser around flammable substances?
Yes.
Did I hear in your testimony here today that you reported on the radio that you were behind the suspect matching the description for the aggravated assault?
Yes.
Have you actually gone back and listened to the radio traffic?
No, I haven't.
Is it possible that that's not on the radio traffic?
I'm not sure.
So if you're not sure, would you agree with me that it's possible that it's just not there?
That I said that
Right.
I found, I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
That you said that you found the suspect of the aggravated assault.
Found the suspect, though?
Right.
Matching the description, I believe I said. I don't.
Okay. So best case, you said you found a suspect matching the description.
Yes.
Do you remember the radio traffic from that day?
I don't.
No recollection at all.
I mean, I have faint memories of what happened, what occurred, but I don't know exactly what came out of my mouth, no, sir.
I'm not trying to beat you up, okay?
Yes, sir.
You, do you remember there being multiple different descriptions of the suspect?
I just remember the bike description, that's all I remember, as of right now.
Anything beyond that, we need to listen to the traffic. Is that fair?
Yes.
When you first started deploying your taser at the Wawa, you didn't know there was gas on the ground.
I did not know.
You later became aware that there was gas on the ground.
Yes, sir.
Is that why you put the taser down?
Yes.
Because you didn't want to start a fire?
Safety concerns, yes, I didn't want us to catch fire.
Do you regret the decision to use the taser at all?
I do.
Now, you were one of the officers who ended up charging Gene Barreto Bayerga with a crime, right?
Yes.
And you charged him with resisting without violence.
Yes.
Are you aware of the other charges he was charged with?
The fleeing and eluding, and I believe it was reckless.
He was not charged with aggravated assault with firearm.
No.
There was never sufficient evidence to even charge him.
No, he didn't charge me for aggravated assault.
You're also aware that there was never a firearm found that day, right?
No.
No, there was not a firearm, or no, you're not aware?
No, we didn't locate a firearm.
And you remained on scene for some time, right?
Yes.
You now remember picking up your taser after the fire. Is that right?
Yes.
And you remember having viewed the video?
Yes.
May I put you in training? So I asked it to be kept here just so you could remember. Is this the same USB that had the video on it?
Yes.
Did this have your body-worn camera of after the incident and you collecting the actual taser?
Yes.
Does it appear to fairly and accurately depict the video from that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the court to mark it, and then I'd ask the court to admit it as the next number.
Okay.
Your Honor, objection, may we approach?
Sure.
So it's AC, and Your Honor is admitting it?
So it was marked for identification. It states AC, and that is Deputy Kafinas' body cam, right?
Body and dash cam from after the incident.
All right, so there's no objection, Mr. Barber?
Yes, I withdraw my objection.
Okay. And so that'll be admitted as states 23.
May I publish this 23? While I'm doing this, I ask you to do two things at once, all right? My question, but maybe I'm doing two things at once. Your discharge of the taser didn't spark the fire, right?
No, so.
No, because you discharged it several seconds before the fire and the flames started.
Yes.
So I'm first going to publish your dash cam video, okay? You're going to have to rotate, it's a little awkward, I apologize, okay? Is that your dash cam?
Yes.
Where your vehicle was parked that day, right?
Yes.
Okay?
lights again? Permission to approach your own. So the state showed you the first, or they paused this video the first time your body camera video was pretty far away, right?
Yeah.
And they asked you if it looked like, oh, maybe it was 6 inches or a foot, no more.
Yes.
Now that you've given me a chance to walk all the way up, can you now see that it's actually several feet from where the gas pump was?
Yes.
Because when things are far away, it's harder to judge distances, correct?
Yes.
Now, you had said that the Camaro was in front of your car, correct?
Yes.
Now, where that Camaro was parked left a very narrow space for where the deputies were struggling with the suspect, correct?
Yes.
Now, looking back at your vehicle, would you say that vehicle is rather close to where the gas pumps are? And I'm not talking about from this distance. I'm talking about how much space is between the passenger side of your vehicle and the gas pumps. Would you agree that there's maybe a couple feet in between your car and the gas pumps?
Yeah.
Would you also agree there was only a couple feet between the gas pumps and the Camaro?
Yes.
So, this evidence is consistent with the Taser being discarded under the Camaro, correct?
You said under the Camaro?
Correct, discarded to the left underneath the Camaro, from where you found it.
Can you repeat
Yeah,
that?
I can break it down a little more.
Remember
So from where the vehicle was, we've now established it's a Camaro.
Yeah.
There was only a couple feet between that Camaro and the gas pump, correct?
Yes.
And in that space, there was the suspect on the ground, correct?
Yes.
And there were 3 deputies.
Yes.
In a very confined space.
Yes.
Would you agree that that Camaro was no more than maybe a couple feet from that gas pump?
Yes.
So you would agree that this evidence is consistent with the Taser being discarded under the Camaro?
Yes. Where was it?
When you picked up, and I'm done with this, Judge.
Oh, would you turn
When you picked up your Taser, was it melted, the plastic?
I don't remember. Sorry.
All right, fair enough. Never mind, we just move past that. Now, the state specifically asked you if you thought it was fair that Deputy Crawford is being prosecuted, correct?
Yes.
And you stated you did not.
Correct.
Why is that?
Because from what I understand, is that they didn't want to charge the motorcyclist, the other the suspect, because of his injuries. When both Crawford and that suspect both received significant injuries, right? Why? How is it, impartial, right? If you're charging one and not the other, that's in my opinion.
Did Deputy Crawford, according to your observations and your memory, did he ever intentionally deploy a Taser?
No,
Did you intentionally deploy a Taser?
I intentionally deployed a Taser. Yes.
Did that factor in to your statement that you didn't think it was fair?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
Did that factor in to you thinking it wasn't fair, him being prosecuted?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because I don't know what happened, right? I don't know what Crawford did, and I don't know his side of the story. And I'm the one that tased him, so I don't know what happened after that. I can't judge Crawford on what his actions,
Here, may we approach? Now, you stated earlier under cross that you couldn't remember exactly word for word what you were saying over the radio, correct?
Right.
But you do remember announcing over the radio that you located the suspect that you thought matched the description of aggravated assault
Yes, from my memory, I remember.
in some manner of
Some,
words.
yes.
Now, you stated under cross that you regretted using your taser that day, correct?
Yes.
If you had never drawn your taser and it had never ended up next to the suspect, Deputy Crawford,
Commission calls for speculation.
Can you approach this?
yes. Going back to your regret of using your taser that day,
Yes.
if you had never used your taser and set it down next to the suspect, it never would have been within reach of the suspect, correct?
Yes.
And we've established that based upon training, it goes against training and policy to allow your weapon to be within grasp of a resisting suspect, correct?
Yes.
Now, the state asked you about whether there was ever sufficient evidence to prosecute the suspect, Brave de Baerga, for aggravated assault, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you, as a law enforcement officer, get to make charging decisions, or is that the state attorney's office?
Oh, like for that, we I would make the decision.
All right.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, yes, I would make the decision to charge them. Yes.
Let me ask you this question. Who files formal charges against criminal defendants? Sheriff's deputies or state attorneys?
Sheriff's deputies.
To file formal charges?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So let's break that down a little bit. If a sheriff's deputy,
Relevance.
It's the same.
Your Honor, may we approach? Now, is information you learn after an incident helpful? Let me rephrase that. When you're in the field, having to make decisions as a police officer, do you have to rely on information known to you at that time?
Yes.
Are you personally able to tell the future?
No,
Do you have any psychic abilities?
I do not.
So what happens later after an incident is not relevant at all to how a deputy needs to react in any specific moment when it's happening.
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
So since you can't tell the future, you have to rely only exclusively on information known to you at the time and your training as a law enforcement officer, correct?
Yes.
So any information learned later does not assist an officer at the moment in making their decisions.
At the moment, no.
So the fact that a firearm was not recovered from a suspect is not relevant at the moment that the deputies were struggling with that suspect and determining how to deal with that suspect.
Objection, legal conclusion.
Can you rephrase the question again? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Say it.
So the fact that a firearm was not found on him later, that is not relevant to the officers at the moment when they're making their decisions, trying to determine how to deal with the suspect when they were struggling with them.
Yes.
Thank you.
So are we finished?
I am finished. I second judge.
Thank you for your time this afternoon. Please sit down.
Thank you.
I have a question for you. So it's my understanding that the defense has one additional witness to call. After that, we would be proceeding with closing arguments and reading the oral jury.
And the state does have a vote.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Williams.
Very much.
I misspoke. So there's two additional witnesses that need to be presented to you. I'm just wondering if there's any issue with working a little later tonight to be able to finish all that up so that I can get the case to you tonight, and then tomorrow you just come back to start to deliberate. If that's an issue, that's okay. I know I told you that we would work up until 5, so if that presents an issue for anyone, completely fine. We'll just come back tomorrow. We had just thought maybe it would be nice to get it to you tonight so that you could just begin the deliberations tomorrow. Does that present a problem for you?
What are we talking about time-wise?
Pardon me?
Like, are we talking about 5:30 or what are we talking about?
I was thinking probably at least like 6:30, 7. Can we approach? Sure. Is that you okay? Sure. Mr. Barber, you may.
We will next call Deputy Benjamin McLean.
No, it was yesterday, so we'll read
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Now, Detective McLean, you testified during the state's case that you first got involved in this particular case when you received a call about a motorcyclist fleeing from a traffic stop, correct?
Yes, that was part of the case.
In actuality, was there another report made about the same suspect that you received prior to the traffic stop?
Yes,
Okay, and what was that?
we were responding to the area for people on dirt bikes pointing guns at road users.
And were you listening to the police radio, the sheriff's office radio at that time?
Yes,
Okay. And when all the deputies are in the same area, they're typically on the same police channel, correct?
yes,
And they're sharing information with each other?
yes,
And they often share information about suspects that they're looking for, correct?
yes.
And did you hear a report over the radio from Deputy Kafinas?
Yes, I did.
And did you hear Deputy Kafinas say that he believed he had located the suspect of the earlier reported aggravated assault?
I don't recall specifically.
Do you remember there being radio traffic about locating a suspect of an aggravated assault?
I remember radio traffic regarding a suspect on a motorcycle matching the description that came in on the 911 line.
Do you remember if Deputy Kafinas was the one who made that transmission?
I don't recall specifically.
And that's fine. If you don't remember, you don't remember. Before you arrived at the Wawa, did you receive information over the radio from the Star Helicopter Unit?
Yes,
And did the Star Helicopter Unit direct you to a specific suspect?
yes,
Did they direct you and all the other ground deputies to the specific suspect prior to Viagra at a specific gas pump?
yes,
So the Aviation Unit directed you exactly where to go and who to detain.
yes,
And at that time, had you received information that that suspect was the suspect of the earlier reported aggravated assault?
I received information that that was the suspect on whom a traffic stop had been attempted.
And that he had fled from that stop?
Yes,
And so I don't want to keep being a dead horse. Do you just remember anything? Do you remember about the aggravated assault call? Because if you don't, that's fine. I can just move on.
I do, yes.
Okay. But do you remember whether you received any information about that particular suspect being the suspect of the aggravated assault who then fled from Deputy Kafinas?
Question asked and answered.
Sustained.
I'm just asking if he remembers, Judge, if he knows.
Okay.
Because I just asked if he did remember and he said yes, because I thought maybe he wouldn't.
Ask your question.
Okay. Did you receive information when you were being directed by the helicopter unit to that suspect, that was the suspect that had fled from Deputy Kafinas? Deputy Kafinas had announced matched the description of the earlier aggravated assault.
Objection compound.
Sustained.
Let's break it down a little bit. The Star Helicopter Unit directed you to that specific suspect, correct?
Correct.
And they had stated that was the suspect who fled from Deputy Kafinas.
Correct, yes.
And Deputy Kafinas had broadcast that the person who fled from his traffic stop matched the description of the person who committed the aggravated assault. earlier.
And so I don't recall if Deputy Golfinus specified it that way, but I remember him calling out the traffic stop on the motorcycle and the driver.
And without remembering the exact words, generally speaking, was the information you received that that suspect at the Wawa was the suspect in the aggravated assault?
Generally speaking, it matched the color, the helmet, the general behavior of the person, people who were responding to the area for.
And that's why the helicopter unit directed you to that specific person?
Ultimately, yes.
Based on those reports, did you believe that there was reasonable suspicion to detain him to investigate the aggravated assault?
Yes, I did.
And did you separately have a lawful reason to arrest him for separate crimes?
Yes.
When I say him, I'm referring to the suspect, Rachel Bayerga.
Yes.
And did that include fleeing from Deputy Kafinas' traffic stop?
It did, yes.
When you arrived, did you arrive to assist Deputy Crawford in making a lawful arrest?
Yes.
Do law enforcement officers, sorry, let me reword that. Did you receive training, law enforcement training, on how to act when you're trying to detain a suspect that is accused of pulling a firearm at civilians?
Yes.
And how are you supposed to approach a subject like that, according to your training?
There are many different ways that you would approach somebody like that based upon the totality of the circumstances in which you find yourself, coupled with your training and experiences. I can't speak for how anybody else would approach that in that moment, but I arrived third to that scene.
And according to your training, are you taught to make any assumptions about whether such a suspect has a firearm or not?
Based upon the totality of circumstances, I would make a reasonable assumption in that moment.
Of what would that reasonable assumption be regarding whether such a suspect would have a firearm?
That there is a potential for danger, that they would have a firearm.
And so are you then trained to proceed as if that person does have a firearm?
Yes.
Now, after the fire was extinguished, was the suspect, Recto Bayerga, handcuffed?
Yes, he was.
And who handcuffed him?
It was my recruit.
And did you instruct him to place the handcuffs on Recto Bayerga?
Yes, I did.
And why did you do that?
To effect the arrest, to prevent him from fleeing any further, and to prevent him from hurting himself or others any further.
Did you believe it may be because you thought he still had a firearm?
Yes.
Based on your training and experience as a law enforcement officer, is it appropriate to grab a suspect accused of aggravated assault and fleeing from the police and take them to the ground to effectuate an arrest?
That's one way, yes.
And based on your training and experience, is it imperative to try to secure such a suspect before they have the chance to flee again?
Yes.
Is that because if they flee again, it'd be putting members of the public at risk on the roadways?
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
I'm a little confused, because I thought I heard you say that the only information you had from radio traffic was that the suspect at the Wawa had fled from Deputy Kafinas.
And the description of him was the same as the one that was described on the 911 call and relayed over the radio by the dispatchers.
So it's your belief that the description from the 911 call matched the description of the person at the Wawa?
That was relayed to us and that was available at the time.
And I think I heard you say that his helmet matched the description too.
That he was wearing a helmet, and it was a blue motorcycle
Oh, just wearing a helmet.
with a dark shirt and shorts.
And because of that description that you say is in the radio traffic is why you did what you did.
Somebody's why what, sorry?
Is why you did what you did that day. The way you responded to the scene.
The way that I responded to the scene was to prevent him from fleeing from being alerted to my presence, and the sequence in which I arrived at the scene also played a part in the circumstances for me to act the way that I acted.
Do you remember hearing over the radio traffic that there were multiple motorcycles
I do, yes.
and that there were multiple descriptions of the suspect?
Yes, I do.
Was it ever clear to you which one of them had a firearm?
There were many people on the road.
So that means it was not clear to you which one of them
Objection,
had a
Your Honor,
firearm.
he's not letting the witness finish.
I thought he had stopped talking on him, but if he hadn't, did you have something to add, Mr. McClure?
I was going to add that one of the suspects was described to be riding a blue motorcycle, wearing a helmet.
Do you know, was there more than one person riding a blue motorcycle with a helmet that day?
There may have been, but with the traffic stop that was affected, that was attempted, and following that, the information from our STAR unit, it seemed reasonable based upon the totality and my trade, my experiences, that this would be the same person who initiated the 911 calls.
So just sort of, as long as it's close enough.
No, it was reasonably believed to me in that moment that it was one and the same person who had initiated the 911 calls.
And after you cuffed the suspect, you searched him, right?
Objection, Your Honor, misstating prior testimony. Your Honor, may we approach?
I'll restate it, if that's okay, Judge.
Sure.
After your training officer, trainee, cuffed the suspect, you searched him.
My trainee, I believe, searched him.
And what did you find?
Nothing.
That's all I have, Judge.
Briefly, Judge.
On what topic?
I'm gonna allow him.
To redirect.
Deputy McLean, when you're in the field, do you, as a law enforcement officer, have to rely on information known to you at the time when making decisions?
Yes, the information known to me, coupled with my training, my experiences, yeah.
And do you have to rely on information given to you by fellow law enforcement officers?
Yes.
Do you have to rely on other law enforcement officers identifying suspects?
Yes.
Are you trained that if a fellow law enforcement officer tells you they've identified the suspect of a crime, that you should detain or arrest that person?
Yes.
So you don't have to make all your own personal observations as an officer to make an arrest. You can rely on information from other officers.
Yes.
And there's nothing unusual about that. That's standard police work.
Correct, that we work together based on each other's experiences, observations, statements. Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you, Deputy.
Your Honor, the defense has no further witnesses. We would rest our case.
Okay, thank you. Did the state have a rebuttal witness they like to call?
We do, Your Honor. The state would call Detective Kayla Ruiz as a rebuttal witness.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
may be seated.
Good afternoon, Detective. You told us when you testified, I don't remember what day it was, a while ago, that you were the lead detective in the case, right?
Yes.
And did you, after the incident, go back and review the 911 calls that were made that initially started this incident?
Yes.
Did you go back and review the witness statements that were provided that started this incident?
Yes.
Did you go back and review the radio traffic that was collected from all of law enforcement who was responding to this incident?
Yes.
Did you take detailed notes and document it in your 56-page report?
Yes, I did.
Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may. All right, so at this time, what was marked for identification as states Z will be admitted as states 25.
Thank you. So I want to start, Detective, with the 911 call. Did you listen to call A, the first 911 call that was given to dispatch?
Yes.
And did it provide a description of the motorcycles that were alleged to be pointing guns at everybody?
Yes.
And what was the description of the motorcycles?
May I refer to my report? Because I know there was 2 different 911 calls.
You may, it's page 21 of the report. Have you had a chance to review it?
Yes, sir.
What color was the description of the motorcycles of people pointing guns at everyone on the street that was given by the first 911 call?
The first 911 call was green.
2 green motorcycles.
2, yes.
Would you agree that Gian Barreto Bayardo was not driving a green motorcycle?
No.
Did you also review the interviews with the victims
Yes.
or the alleged victims of the aggravated assault?
Yes, the body worn cameras, yes.
In other words, a deputy interviewed them about what they observed regarding the aggravated assault. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you recall, and I'm going to refer to your page 24 if you need to, do you recall what the victim, first name Guillermo, reported about the description of the aggravated assault?
May I refer to my report?
Page 24, yes, ma'am. And what was it, or what was the description given of the person riding the motorcycle who had the gun?
He described him to have a motorcycle helmet. It was very distinct that the motorcycle helmet was not a full cover helmet. It was half of a helmet with a mask.
And was Gian Barreto Baerga on the day he was set on fire wearing a half helmet?
No.
Did you also receive yet another description that included the color of the helmet?
Yes.
What was the color of the helmet that was described? And if you need to refer to your report, it's page 52. What was the color of the half helmet that the victim described?
Black.
In your review of all of the statements and audio traffic and 911 calls, did anybody ever describe a motorcyclist with a distinctive red helmet?
No.
And what color was the helmet that Gian Birito Baerga was wearing?
It was a red helmet.
We've admitted into evidence the radio traffic from that day. Would you agree that the radio traffic discusses multiple motorcycles being involved?
Yes.
Would you agree that there's confusion on the radio traffic amongst the deputies about which bike might or may not have someone who had a firearm?
Yes, due to the large amount of motorcycles at that time.
Would you agree that at some point, someone comes on the radio and asks if this is the suspect of the aggravated assault who's being pursued by Starr?
Yes.
And what is the response that they get back?
I don't remember the exact wording.
If I were to show you a document, would it help you remember?
Yes.
And if that doesn't satisfy you and you want to go back and listen to it, we can do that. Can I approach her?
You may.
So read it to yourself and see if this helps you remember what came out over the radio. You hear it in red. You now, having reviewed the document, remember what the conversation was over the radio regarding whether or not the person being followed by the helicopter was the suspect of the aggravated assault.
Yes.
What was the conversation on the radio?
That they were unsure if that was the exact suspect. However, they had charges on that subject for fleeing.
Do you remember earlier in the radio traffic where there was a description of the suspects that was a totally different race than Jean Prieto Baerga?
That radio traffic was long.
It was. If I were to show you a document, would it help you remember?
Yes.
If you want to play it, that's fine. Well, you know what? It's on there and it's in an evidence, Judge. We'll save everyone's time. No problem. Did you ever hear anyone, any law enforcement officer who responded to the Wawa, go on the radio and attempt to clarify if this was the aggravated assault suspect prior to making contact with him?
I believe I do remember that, yes.
Right? So let me ask a more specific question. Did Deputy David Crawford, after this transmission comes out that there's uncertainty about the aggravated assault, did Deputy David Crawford ever go on the radio and seek certainty about the description of the suspect?
No.
Did you, I believe you testified earlier that you responded to the scene that evening, is that right?
Earlier, yes.
And you communicated with the crime scene investigator, correct?
Yes.
You ended up reviewing all of the helicopter footage.
Yes.
Was a firearm ever located anywhere near the vicinity or related to Gian Barreto Baerga?
On scene, there was no firearms found.
Was there ever a firearm discovered that was thrown?
So watching all of the SAR video, there was no firearm indicated that was thrown.
Do you have any evidence whatsoever that Gene Barreto Baerga ever, or someone matching his description, ever had a firearm that day?
Looking through the SAR video and what we had on scene, there was no evidence of that.
No further question.
Mr. Barber.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy Ruiz, you don't have any information about when Deputy Crawford started listening to the radio traffic on that day, do you?
No, sir.
Some of these transmissions were happening very early on, correct?
Yes.
And so somebody who started listening later on, maybe perhaps when Deputy Kafina says, I got the suspect 53 Ag, that would have been all they heard, correct?
That could be possible. Yes.
Yes, and then if a Star helicopter unit is telling deputies, we got the suspect right here, that's the guy, go get him, deputies would be able to rely upon that and to detain that person, correct?
Once it's cleared through the radio that there's charges on a subject, then yes, all deputies who are closest to the subject try to apprehend them.
Now, aggravated assault with firearms is a felony, correct?
Yes,
And fleeing and eluding from a police officer is a felony, correct?
that's correct.
Based on your review of the evidence, would you say there's overwhelming evidence that that suspect was fleeing and eluding from law enforcement?
Yes,
And would you agree that fleeing and eluding, aggravated assault, are the same level as felonies?
they're both felonies.
And they're both third-degree felonies, correct?
Correct.
As law enforcement officers, you are trained that somebody who flees from police poses a danger, correct?
Correct.
And you're trained to respond to that person in a way that assumes that you're going to pose a danger to either yourself or others, correct?
That's correct.
And they are trained to respond to somebody who's a suspect of an aggravated assault in the same manner, correct?
That's correct.
So whether or not Deputy Crawford or any other deputies had gotten the description wrong really is irrelevant if we're trying to determine whether or not they could have taken Barreto Baerga to the ground in the manner in which they did, correct?
Once the charges are put on and they are felony charges, then yes.
So this entire line of questioning is completely irrelevant because their actions could have been the same under training.
Calls for legal conclusion.
Sustained.
Okay. Based on law enforcement training, there's no difference, no appreciable difference between how a deputy will respond to somebody who's a suspect of fleeing and eluding and somebody who's a suspect of aggravated assault, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, when somebody says a half helmet, you've seen motorcycle helmets, correct?
That's correct.
Have you seen the ones where they're completely encased and they have the mask on them?
Yes.
That is a complete full motorcycle helmet, correct?
Correct.
Aaron, my question.
You may.
And you observed that helmet in this case, correct?
Yes.
All right. In this case, this helmet did not have the built-in visor that seals it off, did it?
The seal, no.
No, it had a pair of goggles that went on it, correct?
Goggles, yes.
So it is entirely plausible that somebody could look at that type of motorcycle helmet with goggles and say, that's not completely sealed, that's a half helmet.
Watching the video of the body camera, he was very adamant that it wasn't a full helmet, it was just a half helmet.
Right, very adamant. However, he did not take a picture and send it to you guys, did he?
No, he did not.
Do you agree reasonable people could disagree when giving a description on what a half helmet is?
Yes.
Do you agree it's reasonable that some people might consider a helmet that doesn't have the visor, as this one is, as a half helmet?
It's all a matter of opinion.
When a deputy receives information over the radio from their fellow deputies indicating we have identified a suspect, that deputy who receives that information is then lawfully allowed to go and arrest that person, correct?
Yes, once there are charges established.
Based upon the information they receive from the other deputies.
Yes.
They don't have to go and personally confirm whether that suspect matches the description themselves if they're being told by a helicopter unit that this is your guy, go get him, right?
Yes.
Now, there were 2 different 911 calls, correct?
Yes.
And one of them talked about a green bike, right?
Yes.
The other one talked about a blue and white bike, correct?
That's correct.
And Jean Berga was driving a blue and white bike, right?
Yes.
So all that evidence tells us is that there were multiple people pointing firearms that day, right?
Multiple motorcycles.
Not necessarily that Jean Berga wasn't one of them, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Anything else, Mr. Williams?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Detective West.
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor, state rests its rebuttal.
Okay.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Sure. Members of the jury, at this time, we are going to take about a 10-minute recess. I'm going to have you go back to the jury room. I'll bring you back at 10 after 5.
Jury's exiting.
I'll give you a chance to sit down.
Before he does, Judge, I was just going to say, I had a chance to discuss with him. He is going to testify. Would you prefer him to go ahead and get the box footage or gets here?
I do want to discuss something first, though.
Of course.
Okay? So, just while we've been on the break, I was looking at some case law, and I'll just cite for the record, it's Purefoy v. State, 880 Southern 2nd, 822, which is a first DC case regarding rebuttal testimony. So, as stated in the case, the testimony is admissible in Florida to refute new testimony which is brought out by the state's rebuttal witness. All right, so it's within the discretion of the court to allow it. And as in this case that I'm referring to, the court was reversed because the case was highly contested with contradicting testimony and evidence. So I am allowing the rebuttal testimony. However, it is limited to the new testimony that was brought out by the state's rebuttal witness. Do you understand?
We totally understand. It's going to be extremely limited, Judge. It's only going to take a minute or two, a couple minutes.
I'm not worried about the time. I'm worried about the scope.
Right, yeah, the scope. It's just on the issues that they raised, Judge. Very limited.
Just want to make sure we're clear.
So the scope is the communications and the victim testimony. Because that's what Detective Ruiz testified.
The descriptions, the radio chatter, that sort of stuff. Yeah.
Correct.
Yes, we're limited to that, Judge.
Okay.
Okay.
Put in the box, Judge?
Yes, yes. Specifically, I'd asked her, do you know when Deputy Crawford started listening? That's all I'm establishing, when he's gotten on that radio traffic.
But I just want to make sure that we're clear. It's not to re-go over his prior testimony.
Absolutely not. I do not want to do that, Judge. Oh, do we got to get the box up there?
No, it's just has to be asked.
You under me, Coach?
Of course.
Thank you.
I think we are ready to go ahead then and bring the jury.
Jury centering.
Mr. Barber, you may proceed with your civil level.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy Crawford, you just heard the testimony that was elicited from Detective Ruiz
Yes.
concerning descriptions and 911 calls and radio chatter.
Yes.
Immediately prior to you starting to listen to the radio traffic in this case, so we're talking about back on the February 27, 2022, what were you doing?
At the time I was in our canine unit, and I was getting my dog out of the patrol vehicle. I was putting on her harness, and I was giving her a break prior to starting a training track with her.
When you were training your canine, are you paying attention to the radio?
I'm not focused on my dog.
Now, were there other deputies with you?
Yes.
Okay, did they have their radios with them?
Yes, they did.
In that sort of situation, are you relying on them to alert you if there's an emergency?
Yes, I am.
So at that time, you're training your dog, you're not really listening to the radio.
Correct.
Now, when you finished with your dog, what did you do?
After I put her back into the patrol vehicle, I got into the patrol vehicle.
And what is the first radio transmissions that you heard when you got back into your vehicle?
I heard that Deputy Kofinas had located a aggravated assault suspect.
And is that when we've heard testimony earlier that he had referred to that as the 53 ag, right?
Correct.
The 53 meaning assault
Correct.
and the ag meaning aggravated.
Correct.
And he was referring to, he had located the suspect in aggravated assault. And that is the first thing you heard.
Yes.
So you personally did not hear all the descriptions about race and color that were given early on, like the green motorcycle, things like that.
No.
You were relying on other deputies, your colleagues, right?
Correct.
And you were relying on Deputy Kofinas telling you that he located the suspect in aggravated assault.
Correct.
And you were relying on the STAR unit directing you to that specific suspect at that exact pump where you found him.
Correct.
And they told you to arrest that suspect.
Yes.
And they told you he was the suspect in aggravated assault.
Yes.
And they told you he had fled from Deputy Kofinas.
Yes.
And you, as a law enforcement officer, are trained to rely on your fellow deputies informing you when they found a suspect.
Correct.
And so it is when you are informed by your fellow law enforcement officers that they have located a criminal suspect, at that time, are you obligated to go back and do your own investigation from the beginning?
Objection, scope, asked and answered.
Sustained.
At the time when you receive that information, do you have a lawful duty to arrest that suspect?
Objection, scope, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Well, nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Lynn?
Thank you. I just want to make sure I understand. When you were on stand earlier today, you had a long discussion about the radio traffic with your attorney in front of the jury, right?
Correct.
And then I asked you about it.
Correct.
And it never dawned on you to tell the members of the jury you didn't hear the whole thing.
That wasn't asked of me.
Oh, so we only get answers if we ask this specific question. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, sir.
All right, so what happened was you just didn't mention it, and then you heard the testimony in the courtroom, and then you came up and told us. Just want to make sure I understand.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. All right.
Anything else, Mr. Garland?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I'm going to read you an instruction regarding the testimony that you have heard, and that is that witnesses generally are not required to provide answers to questions not posed to them by an attorney. That the fact that a witness did not provide information not asked of him or her is not to be considered in determining the veracity of the testimony. Okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Does the defense rest its rebuttal cases?
We do, Judge. We rest at this time. Thank you.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that concludes all of the evidence that you will receive in this case. So at this time, I'm going to release you for the evening and have you come back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, where I will instruct you on the law, and you will hear the closing arguments from the attorney, and then you will begin your deliberations. Please adhere to the instruction of giving you all week not to watch the local news, not to discuss the case with each other or anyone else, and not to do any research. I really appreciate your patience today, and thank you so much.
Jury is exiting.
Okay. So I'll have Mr. Crawford return to counsel's table, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Butler, I'm going to help you.
That's all. Thank you.
Okay, so all of the evidence in the case has closed. Mr. Crawford, you were put under oath earlier today, and I have seen you participating in the trial the entire week and speaking with Mr. Barber. Are you satisfied with his counsel in this case?
Absolutely.
Do you feel that you have been given meaningful opportunity to consult with him throughout the trial?
Yes.
And has he done all of the things that you have asked him to do?
He has.
And is there anything that he has done that you have asked him not to?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with his representation?
I am.
Okay. Did this defense have a motion it would like to make at this time?
Yes, Judge, we would just like to renew our motion for judgment of acquittal and just state that in the light most favorable to the state, we do not believe that on a private patient case, and that no reasonable juror, based on the evidence presented, could return a verdict that he is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Besides that, I'm not present any additional case law other than we've already presented.
Mr. Lins, are you going to rely on your previous arguments?
I am.
Thank you. All right, at this time, the court will deny the defense's motion for judgment of acquittal. I sent you all the draft of the jury instructions that I added in the limiting instruction into that. Have you all had an opportunity to take a look at the instructions?
Are you referring to the ones you emailed this morning, or this being
No, it
updated?
would have been this afternoon.
Oh, okay, I have not, then, Judge. I haven't looked at an email all afternoon, to be honest.
That's okay.
I'm looking for it now.
So other than the ones I sent this morning, Mr. Barber, the only thing that I added was the limiting instruction that we discussed this morning. And I put it right after weighing the evidence, which I thought was a good spot for it. Does anyone have an objection to that placement of the instruction?
No, no.
I'm just taking a quick look, Judges.
Mr. Crawford?
No objection, Your Honor.
Have you seen the jury instructions?
I don't believe he has, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you want to let him take a look at
Yeah.
the instructions? Have you discussed the jury instructions with him?
But yes, I mean, generally I've discussed what they say, what we need to prove, things like that. I have not gone through it with him word by word, although when we were reviewing it yesterday, he was looking on with me as we went through. I moved over so he could
And
see.
you've been present in court while we argued or discussed the jury instructions, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'll let him take a look, Judge.
Sure.
I can't say he saw all of them, but he looked over my shoulder.
While Mr. Crawford's looking at the instructions, though, is there anything else that needs to be changed or from the state's perspective with the jury instructions?
No,
Okay. And then I'll let Mr. Crawford finish reviewing those, and then, Mr. Bowman, please let me know if there's anything that you would like to talk about with respect to the final instructions.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a verdict form?
Oh, yes, I will email that right now.
Okay. Do you want a hard copy of your instructions?
that would be great.
Okay.
I would like one as well, Judge.
I was going to give one also Mr. Crawford, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 is 10.
7.
Oh, because the other alternate juror is actually going to sit in. Yes, that's correct. So 11 copies.
While they're doing that, would you mind if I stepped out for a moment, just got myself a little more water? Thank you, Judge.
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power